Gaming news today is all about the future. First, the future of GTA 6 landing in 2026 is once again in doubt, as Jason Schreier from Bloomberg is claiming things contrary to what was previously reported about the game's state. We will look at the situation that is developing and what it means for GTA 6's release date. Second, the next Xbox console is apparently going to be full bore with Windows, which is very timely given a conversation I had just yesterday about this. This lines up with what many of us were speculating after comments from Sarah Bond about making Windows the largest gaming platform. We will look at claims and talk about what it means for the future of Xbox hardware as well as the experience on their platform. Third, arcraiders is back in the headlines for a variety of reasons. They talk about why they didn't go free to play, and streamers are lobbying big complaints about cheating, and the CEO is making it clear that PvP is not the focus of the game. There's a lot to break down and discuss. Will the era of free-to-play start to drift as another popular live service game decides to charge a price? Will they be able, I should say, to address the cheating problem, and why are so many streamers running into it so much? Lastly, will the CEO's remarks about arcraiders PvP put that debate to rest? We're going to discuss, we'll react to comments from streamers about cheating, and I even have a game for your wish list and your radar that a lot of people are singing the praises of, and I will have timestamps for all of these segments below. So if you're watching this later and you weren't able to be here, remember to hit like and subscribe. Make sure your notifications are set to all. Some of those are getting set to personalized, and you might not get pinged about the streams that we do Monday through Friday. And as always, hitting that like button does help us. So I am going to open up the show with the one about GTA 6 because it sort of feels like deja vu. And I know we're all kind of getting tired of this, but this was one of my most disappointing things for this year, so let's get into it. The GTA 6 release date has become a bit of a myth and even a nuisance at this point, with multiple delays, leaks, and claims that the game is so big it could easily slip again. We now have a new claim. Before 2026, I literally did a stream saying that one of the disappointments and annoyances that will happen in 2026 will be the GTA 6 release date. They thinned out the end of 2025 by having a release date that they didn't make, so everybody avoided releasing games at the end of 2025, and then GTA 6 was nowhere to be seen. Now that they've abandoned May of 2026, games are shifting and moving closer to the summer. And if the November release date doesn't hold, outside of like Wolverine from Insomniac, the fall and the winter and the holiday could be thin once again. So let's look at what is being claimed. Jason Schreier from Bloomberg said the following in an episode of Button Mash, quote, "The last I heard, it was still not content complete. That's to say, people were still finishing things up, still finalizing levels and missions, and seeing what is going to make it into the game." Now, obviously, this is not what we have been hearing up to this point. So Tom Henderson weighed in. He's a reliable insider. He's the head of Insider Gaming, and he had been saying something contrary that he was hearing, and here's what he said. "I heard it was content ready. Perhaps it's different sources interpreting what's defined as the terms ready versus complete, but not sure. Game dev is tricky." So obviously we now have some level of conflicting reports. Do the terms, I should say, have different meanings? Like, does feature complete, feature ready? Like, what does content complete, content ready? What do these actually mean? Or has something changed at the studio? Now, Jason Schreier went on to say that, quote, "It's really hard to say right now, and I don't think anyone at Rockstar can tell you with 100% certainty that they will make it out in November. People feel like this might be a little more solid." He was essentially saying that the November release date feels more solid than the May release date. But the plot thickens. He was not done talking about this. He also spoke to the Wolverine release date and how GTA 6 will sort of be like a PlayStation exclusive. He said, "Wolverine is almost certainly going to come out in September or October. Xbox is almost a non-factor. I'm sure they'll sell millions on Xbox, but PlayStation is the main platform." So essentially what he's speaking to here is how PlayStation is going to be the main platform of GTA 6. As far as he can tell, he also had spoke to how like PlayStation's arranging their stuff around GTA 6. We had kind of a debate about this with Wolverine and its release timing, and he's saying, well, yeah, it'll probably be September or October because they're not going to want to be in proximity with the GTA 6 release date. Now, He went on to say that when people think about GTA, they think of PlayStation. And he said this: in some ways, it's kind of like a PlayStation exclusive, that most of the sales will be on PlayStation, and it will sell a lot of PlayStation 5s alongside it. So I suspect that Sony is planning its entire calendar around GTA and will not release anything within the Blast Zone. Now, keep in mind, Insomniac had, a habit of going to Twitter a couple of times now, and they're making it very clear they are not moving their release date. They're targeting the fall. So I think the prediction about September or October is actually a pretty good one. If GTA 6 delays again, there will likely be frustration both in the gamer world, but also in the developer and the publisher world. Big projects and big games that slide closer and closer to the end of 2026, well, they're likely going to feel pressured to delay into 2027. Essentially what I'm saying is if right now you're trying to get your game ready for the beginning or middle of 2026, but you keep getting closer and closer to the end of the year, well, you're just going to slide into 2027. But if GTA 6 doesn't even make it in 2026, all those studios and publishers will probably feel a little burned. So as I said, GTA 6's release date has become one of the annoyances, one of the nuisances of 2026, and we're only 8 days into the year. But those are just my thoughts. I'd love to hear your thoughts. Leave a comment below, or make sure you're in one of the live streams so you can discuss it with me. So good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Yeah, here we go again is kind of the theme of the day. I said going into this year that was probably my biggest concern. My biggest concern was, GTA 6 is going to be the nuisance. They're going to be just their existence is going to be kind of annoying because they're sort of taking up space on the calendar, and then it might move anyway. So I've got some people to thank who are starting the day already. Let me get set up here, and we will shift some things around here. Where do I go to? Here, I'm going to reset both. And we're going to add to Aocean Blue. Thank you so much for using your Prime, and Jagged Wizard for using your Prime over there on Purple, getting us to 164. We are officially 11 away from the next milestone. Thank you guys so much for being here. Had a great day yesterday. Going to have a great day today. There is so much to discuss. It's not just about GTA 6, but that is kind of the front one. I was actually going to be well on time this morning, but I had to kind of rewrite the show open because GTA 6 kind of took over once again. What's your prediction, says Ginger, GTA 6 in 2026 or 2027? I mean, at this point, I think they are heavily motivated to land in November. Because number one, they've delayed it multiple times. That's never good. And secondly, that holiday time frame, they could just be absolutely dominant. Now, I know if you think in the realm of shareholders, the shareholders would probably be okay as long as it makes it out before the fiscal year ends. So as long as it, like, if it gets delayed, but at least it's out before, second quarter of 2027, the shareholders might not care. They might be like, yeah, well, it's still going to sell like crazy and we're still going to make a ton of money. Yo, Kaiser Sose, thanks so much for using your Prime over there. We're officially 10 away from 175. Somebody could snipe that and steal it. We are going to need a bit of a bounce back if you guys want Madam to show up on Friday night. So make sure you're checking your renewals. Those count. So yeah, the shareholders are likely just saying, I don't care, if as long as it's out before the fiscal period closes, because the last delay really hurt their share value. That's probably how they're looking at it. But again, if you're looking at maximizing sales, if you're looking at turning things, into as profitable as possible, you want to be out in November. You want to be out right before the holiday. That could be a really, really good time for them. It has not been delayed again, Alex, but what has happened is Jason Schreier basically is now reporting that the game is not content complete. Now, prior to now, Tom Henderson, another insider, said that the game was content ready. And Henderson's like, I don't know if these are different terms within development. Like, is content ready basically like, yeah, it's ready to go, and is content complete more like, that's when you finally put that stamp and you're like, yeah, everything is complete. and we're ready to start moving towards, going gold or whatever. So I'm not sure if the terms mean something differently. Did something change at the company? Have they continued to encounter snags? Were they saying things to sources and insiders that were accurate and are now not accurate? Was there some sort of a change at the company where they're, who knows what they're trying to work on? I mean, to delay it all the way out of the end of 2025 into May, and then now again into 2026, and now there's the thought of like, yeah, it might slip again. I mean, even when they secured the November date, that was one of the pieces of commentary out there, was that, oh yeah, it could totally slip again. This is not a concrete date. Guys, as you're just tuning in and settling in for the day, say good mornings, put an emote, hit that like button, do all the things. Thanks so much for being here. Another big day of gaming news. I mean, we've got other things to cover that we'll get to later in the show, but this is kind of the front burner. The thing that frustrates me the most is it's just going to keep messing with the calendar. If they can't lock in the date and put the whole thing to bed and say, listen, this date is happening, here's your pre-orders, whatever, as we kind of go into the summer, we're looking at another disrupted calendar. I mean, as soon as they vacated May, games started shifting around. Sorrow shifted, 007 shifted. It wouldn't surprise me if we see some more late, almost to the release date. Oh, wait, we need a little bit more time. That May and June period could suddenly get a little stuffed, which to me, as long as the games come out at quality, that's fine. But what it turns into is it turns into a lot of silence. It turns into a lot of nothing because people are like, well, we don't want to say anything. We don't want to be around that game. We don't want to be around its marketing. None of that. And then Jason Schreier also said that it's basically going to function like a PlayStation exclusive, and that there's going to be a big push from PlayStation with marketing, and that they're structuring their calendar around it. We had a big debate about that. I remember specifically discussing Wolverine, and the debate was, well, PlayStation doesn't care. They're not going to move anything. They don't care. They're not going to adjust anything in relation to the GTA 6 date. And I'm like, I don't know about that. They know for a fact the game's going to be huge for them. I mean, it's going to be huge for them. So for them to just act like, no, it's no big deal, we don't have to move anything or adjust anything. Schreier's saying he thinks Wolverine's going to be September or October. I think that's a solid prediction, given that, like, what, do you want to land like a week or two before it? I mean, that is 100% going to affect your ability to move copies of your game. At what point do they stop planning around GTA? Like, how many more delays or movements are games going to have to get out of the way? Well, here's the deal. They don't really have a choice. Like, that's the facts. You don't have a choice. Let's say for the next 3 months, the November date is just sitting there, hanging over the calendar. Okay, nobody is going to plan to release a game in that time period. They're just not. A $20 super chat from Neo Reaper. You see the PC Magazine article where Embark CEO said the game isn't about shooting other players, and it's unlikely to get a PvP leaderboard because we don't necessarily want to foster that kind of gameplay. Yeah, I've got that for later in the show. The arcraiders situation is certainly heating up, from the arcraiders cheating to, conversations about arcraiders PvP for sure. Zubair says, Eugene, why is the situation making me think dormant commerce clause? And Harbinger comes in with 29 months and a member plus. That's what makes me mad. Other games delaying because of GTA 6. Let me add that one to the total. 166 on the week. First game's confirmed for Xbox Developer Direct. Oh, have they done it? All right, hang on a second. They've confirmed some games here. Let's take a look. Also, we have until March to hear Rockstar. I'm not sure what you mean. On Thursday, Xbox announced that Fable, Forza Horizon 6, and Beast of Reincarnation gameplay will be at the Dev Direct. I told you, I was like, if Fable's not there, that's worrying. Okay, so here's what they're saying. Developer Direct returns January 22nd. Watch Fable, Forza Horizon 6, and Beast of Reincarnation gameplay. I'm pretty sure Beast of Reincarnation, isn't that the Pokemon guys game? Let's see here. The show includes not one but two titles from Playground Games, with the UK studio bringing us the first extended look at Fable, that's exciting, as well as the debut gameplay of Forza Horizon 6. So I told y'all, I was like, listen, if Playground's there, they've got to say something about Fable. Either, hey, we'll see you in the summer for, a Fable Direct. It sounds like we're going to get that now. We're going to get the first extended look at the game. We'll also be taking a trip to Tokyo to visit the legendary Game Freak, offering a first in-depth look at Beast of Reincarnation, which we revealed last year. You can tune in. Okay, so January the 22nd at 1 p.m. Eastern. So January the 22nd, that's a Thursday. That's 2 weeks from now. Fable. Playground Games welcomes players back to the fairy tale of Albion with the first in-depth look at Fable, one of 2026's most anticipated titles. Devs from the Playground team will unveil the magic and mischief that awaits players in this fresh new beginning for the franchise, including a first look at some stunning new gameplay. Of course, the core themes of Fable will be there: choice, consequence, drama, action, British humor, and of course chickens, all reimagined for existing fans and new players alike. Forza Horizon 6. The team will share a deep dive on the most anticipated Forza Horizon 6 as the open-world racer takes players to the beautiful and contrasting landscapes of Japan. The segment will deep dive into the very first look at gameplay, including reveals of new features and how Japan comes to life in this stunning new installment. And then Game Freak will reveal details of our protagonist Emma's innovative plant manipulation actions and gameplay with her canine companion. Stay tuned for social channels from Developer Direct. Okay, so is there going to be more than this, or is this it? Let's go up here a little bit here. To celebrate, we're kicking off the fourth installment of the Developer Direct broadcast on January 22nd, bringing you news of new gameplay insights directly from incredible teams working on titles this year. Presented by game creators themselves. The Dev Direct will once again give you a look inside not just the games, but the studios. Fittingly for Xbox's 25th anniversary year, that includes the return of some of the most legendary franchises, which rub shoulders with a brand new title from one of Japan's beloved studios. The show includes not one, but two titles. Yeah, I can't quite tell by the phrasing here. Are they saying, is this it? Is it just Fable, Forza, and Beast of Reincarnation? What about the other first-party stuff this year? Are we going to get to hear from the Coalition about Gears? I'm actually kind of curious about that. Guys, make sure you're hitting the like button. Get us our first 100 likes on the show. Beast is Game Freak's game. The Pokemon people. Yeah. It looks like a good game. So, on the subject of GTA 6, I wonder if there are some games, though, that's got to be a big question. Like Fable. What's the release date? Is it actually coming this year or not? Well, if it is, okay, where are you going to put it? Because if you can't get out before November, I don't know. You've got a really, really big uphill battle to climb there, because the marketing's going to heat up. GTA 6 is going to dominate the conversation. There's probably at least one mystery game. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we could go back to the page and look at the very, very top. Yeah, I don't think so. If there is a mystery game, maybe they're going to wait. Maybe it's going to be a late edition. I'm not sure, but this image here, they're showing Playground and Game Freak. That's it. So I'm excited about Fable, but I'm just I'm not sure if this is going to be a lighter Developer Direct than years past. Are they going to be doing other events this year? So maybe they're saving things like Gears for later in the year. I truly don't know. Who's this Jason Schreier guy? Is it in the know? I've never heard of it until yesterday. Jason Schreier is probably the most consistent insider in gaming news and gaming reporting. So he writes for Bloomberg, and for years now he has been the one with, I think, the most sources, or at least when something happens, he's really able to get people to talk. He found out what happened at 343. He's run reports on Bungie. He is very much, I think, a reliable insider. Now, you don't have to like the guy. I'm not, thrilled with some of the things he's done with coverage in the past. But overall, if he says, hey, man, I spoke to people at the company, here's what I'm hearing, you can take that to the bank. Is Jason Schreier in the know? What is your first time playing video games? I mean, he's saying that he's never heard of him before. Zephyroth coming in with a Prime resub, 8 months, man. Thank you so much. Let me add it to the total, 167. Thank you so much. And thank you guys for being here. Make sure as you settle in on YouTube, if you're lurking and listen, say good morning, put an emote in the chat, and hit that like button. Wasn't it Ninja Gaiden 4 last year? I'm not sure what you're asking. This is a complete misunderstanding of what I said, which is what I wouldn't be shocked if GTA does come out this fall. They're following the same delay pattern of Red Dead 2. Of course, the delay is possible. It's a video game, but the blog post is very misleading. Just reach out to me. It's not hard. Wait, so what's he saying is misleading? GTA 6 may not be content complete, and another release delay is possible. I don't understand. That's what he said. He says, this is a complete misunderstanding of what I said, which is that I wouldn't be shocked if GTA 6 does come out this fall, following the same delay pattern of Red Dead 2. Homie, I read the quotes. You said it's not feature complete or content complete. Like, we read the quotes. What do you mean? This does not misrepresent what he said at all. GTA 6 may not yet be content complete, and another release delay is possible. He literally said that. You said that another delay is possible. This is a very, I think, this is a non-scandalous headline. I think that's a very reasonable headline. No, look what he says. He says, but the blog post is very misleading. Oh, the post. Sorry, I thought he said the headline was very misleading. I wonder what he thinks is misleading about this. I wouldn't be shocked if that's what happens again this time around. This is a big, complicated game, and the last one is still... hang on. Yeah, right here. This is a big, complicated game, and the last I heard, it was still not content complete. That is to say that people were still finishing things up, still finalizing levels and missions, and seeing what's going on, or what's going to make it into the game. Typically, the way that game development works, you have your feature complete, your content complete, your bug testing phases. Okay, so they're not out of content complete phase. There's a lot of boundaries blurred along the way in all those different stages, but they're still making stuff, and will hopefully be done with that soon and just have a whole bunch of time for fixing bugs. But even during those phases, there's always someone who wants to sneak in some last minute stuff, so it's really hard to say. I don't get how this is misleading at all. They're quoting him. These are significant quotations, like entire paragraphs of what he has said. He would need to go into detail about why he feels that blog post is misleading. I think the title is completely fair to what he said, that another release delay is possible, and that it's not yet content complete. These are things you said. The blog has you quoted, like, exhaustively. There's more quotes there than the article I pulled from. I pulled from Insider Gaming. They didn't have quotes that large. They had a couple. I don't think there's anything wrong with that article at all. And he's not detailing how it's misleading. He's like, reach out and ask me. Why would we reach out and ask you? It's very clear. You said, the flow of the argument is very simple. It's a big game. The last I heard, it's not content complete. It could easily get delayed again. That's what everybody's reporting. That's what everybody's saying. That's what I said this morning. Nobody's saying anything that you didn't say. We live in a time where that's what happens, right? You get like a little bit of a clip. It's happened with Tom Henderson recently. It happened with Windows Central recently. They said the thing about Fallout, and then somebody reported, I think it was like Deserto said that it was going to be, oh yeah, Obsidian's working on it. And Jez was like, we didn't say that. Like, they said it's coming, but they didn't say that, who was working on it. The paragraph above from the one you said starts with Jason thinks. Jason did not say he thinks it will get another delay. Okay, hang on 1 second. Let me go back into the article. All right, hang on. You're telling me Jason thinks? I just searched the article for Jason thinks. I don't. That's nowhere in the article. Jason's name appears 3 times in the article. The paragraph from the one you said says Jason thinks. Oh, Schreier. Okay. No, look. Schreier thinks GTA 6 might run into another delay based on his most recent conversations with sources. Might. Yeah, as in there's a possibility. He says, this is how Rockstar works, at least has worked in recent decades. I suppose in the last decade with Red Dead 2. If you look at the history there, they announced it for fall of 2017. It slipped to the spring of 2018. Then it slipped again to the fall of 2018. And there it landed October of that year. I don't think they're misrepresenting what he's saying at all. The logic here is simple. I wouldn't be super shocked if that happens again this time around. Like, it sounds to me like you're saying, yeah, it might get delayed again. It's not quote unquote content complete. I don't feel like they're being misrepresentative. I don't feel like they're being like clickbaity or rage baity. I think that article is very fair to what he said. I think he doesn't like his name being attached to, oh yeah, it's probably going to get delayed again. And he's like, yeah, I didn't say that. It's like, well, you said it's possible, and you said the reason that it's possible is because the game's not content complete. Like, I don't know what you expected everybody to pull from that. If you don't want people to misunderstand you and you're saying all of that, you got to be a lot more, I don't know, you got to be a lot more careful with your verbiage and your phrasing. You're talking about the biggest game, not of the year, but of like the decade. And if you say, yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if it gets delayed again. Yeah, I mean it's not even content complete yet. You know, it could very easily, you know, slip or get delayed. It might. Whatever phrasing you want to use. Everybody's going to hear that and go, yeah, according to Jason Schreier, game's not content complete and it could get delayed again. You know, I don't mention anything about a delay. I think he's being reasonable. He's saying, sure, it's possible. Yeah, sure, it's possible to get delayed again. It's not content complete and it's a big game. I think what's getting lost here in the shuffle, it's not about him saying it might get delayed. I think even he's missing the forest for the trees here. You said that the game is not content complete. Everything we heard prior to now is that it was quote unquote content ready. Now, I don't know what the differences between those two things are, content ready, content complete. It's not because you said it might get delayed. That's not the issue. Nobody's taking issue with that. The issue is you said that it's not content complete. That's the first thing that I snagged on. I was like, wait a minute, what? We had been hearing the opposite recently. We had been hearing that it was content ready, whatever that means. But nobody was saying like, oh yeah, there's still stuff that's not complete. Now, we heard a leak or a rumor, and it wasn't really something that anybody could verify, but we basically had heard that the game itself, they were still struggling with like final chapters or final levels. I thought somebody came out and said, I'm not hearing that. I thought that got kind of debunked. I can't really remember what exactly happened with that. But the up to this point, the going dialogue has been, it's ready. They're still working on it. It's content complete, whatever. And now you're saying it's not content complete. That's the headline. I don't think it's a headline to be like, oh, it might delay again. Yeah, everybody knows that. Like that's not even the headline. That's not the headline. The headline is it's not content complete. Do you see? I'm like, he's getting stuck on like they're trying to pin a possible delay to him, and it's like that's not really what I took away from what was said. What I took away from what was said was you said that the game's not content complete, and that's surprising after all this time. Yo, what's good, Feed? I see you in the chat. Is there any update for a GTA 6 trailer 3? No, we've heard nothing about a GTA 6 trailer 3. I would not be surprised if you don't get a third trailer until they know that the delay. I'm sorry, until they know the date is rock solid. Like if the date is still flimsy and unknown, they're not going to push a trailer out. The next trailer is going to be like cementing the release date, and they can't push it out if the release date's in question. I'm sure Ubisoft shown on the cover of the New Game Plus showcase. What's up with that? Are Ubi not doing their job as a publisher for their games anymore, your question doesn't make any sense. It's an event done by creators to showcase games. What does that have to do with Ubisoft? If they're involved, that doesn't mean that they're not handling their own stuff anymore. Just because they're a part of a showcase, I'm not quite sure I follow your reasoning. Are you covering New Game Plus? Yeah, I forgot to make a title and thumbnail for it. I don't think we're going to stream all the way to it. I don't know. I don't know if I want to do like a 6-hour stream waiting for that. We might take a break. I can get everything ready, and then we'll go back live again. That's a long time, especially right now the news cycle's kind of slow. Like, I don't know if we can sit here and drag a show out to 6 hours. I like doing longer shows, 4 hours, 5 hours, but like 6.5, close to 7 hours is a long time. And then we got to do the show after. We got to do New Game Plus after, so we may take a break. Looks like ready means usable and complete means complete. Right, so if it's content ready, it's usable, it's playable, but complete would mean now we can dig down into debugging or whatever. I just don't know. From where I sit, it's not even about the insiders. It's not even about the leaks. It's not even about like what one guy says versus what another guy says. That's not it at all. To me, it's more about this is literally the year the game is supposed to come out. You're allegedly like 10 months away from releasing. And we're hearing from a pretty reliable insider that your game is not content complete. Like, what are y'all doing? You know what I mean? Like, why did you even come out and give this? There's so much to question now. Like, within the infrastructure of the company, within leadership. I just have so many questions now. Why on earth did you drop the original trailer when it did? Why on earth did you even think you could hit 2025? Somebody somewhere was lying to somebody. Somebody was lying. Like, if somebody got fired or something, because you had Strauss Zelnick going to shareholders with a strong amount of confidence in their date. I mean, he was very confident, and he's going to shareholders and saying that. That puts him into a huge, that's a bit of a hot seat to be in when you delay out of 2025. You didn't just delay out of 2025, you delayed out of the fiscal period. Those shareholders were given assurances that fiscal period was going to see an influx of cash and revenue and growth, and it didn't happen. It plummeted. Their share value now is on the rise, but still, which means they haven't started debugging heavily yet. This game was supposed to release a couple of months ago, was then delayed to May, and then delayed again to late 2026, and now you're telling me the game isn't even content complete, which means they haven't started debugging. That's what I'm saying, Eugene. I've got so many questions. Like, where along the chain of command did you guys get this so wrong? Nice Black Panther shirt. Thank you. Where along the chain of command did you guys get this so wrong? How could you possibly have thought this you were coming out in 2025? How? It could mean the story is ready, not the features and QA testing, but Rockstar has to talk to the shareholders in March. There's a lot of lies being told somewhere. I mean, I remember when we speculated about something like that. Are you involved with the GTA launch? How could I be involved with it? I don't understand the question. I'm just a content creator, brother. We speculated there was a time where with Halo Infinite, something was like it got to like a disaster point. I forget what was it. I forget the word they used, but they were basically in crisis. Excuse me. When they brought Joseph Staten on board, it was in kind of a crisis. And the question was, how do you get there? How do you get to that point? Like, who's lying to who? Like, are people lying to leadership? Is leadership lying to Phil or whoever? And I have the same questions here. It's like, why did you think you were going to hit 2025? You're going to shareholders and you're like, we are very confident in that date. You're telling shareholders, listen, the thing, if you remember, the thing that really started all of the speculation about GTA 6 and its launch window, It was because they told shareholders they would be getting an influx of revenue or something. There was some report somewhere where they basically said, oh yeah, that fiscal period there's going to be a lot of revenue growth. And everyone's like, that's got to be GTA 6. Rissick comes in. Han shot first and so did you. First gifted member of the day. We are well behind pace for Friday night. We need 250 to unlock Friday, 500 to unlock Madam. And I'm a man of my word. We miss it. We don't do it. So if you've got renewals, check them, especially if you got primes. Those count. Okay, sorry. My first time on your channel. I work with the launch of GTA Vice City. I'm not that informed on GTA 6, but have heard some rumors. I don't really know what you mean how you worked with the launch. Like, do you mean like you were like a creator that had early access or something? I doubt that I would be a large enough creator to get that kind of access. GTA 6 is likely going to go into the hands of, like, you know, the big outlets and the big creators. Their fiscal end doesn't end until March of 2027. They'd be fine with a delay. Well, I said that this morning. I said, listen, the shareholders might not care. You know, you're on the front page. I couldn't possibly be on the front page of Twitch right now. We only have 65 viewers. That can't be possible. When you're on the front page, you get like a ton of viewers. I might have been on your front page because you follow the channel. I'm scrolling through the rotator now. No, I'm not seeing me. I don't know. It might be a ghost in the machine. Yo, thank you so much for a 5 bomb from Wired Rope and gets us to 173. We're 2 away from the milestone. Whoever makes it hits 175. I just clicked it as soon as I saw it. It might be your own personal front page would be my thought vapor. Yeah, if we're on the front page, we would have, like, you know, around 1,000 viewers or so. We've gotten front page recently. Yeah, make sure you guys are smashing like on YouTube. Can you estimate how long GTA 6 has been in development? Do we have even an idea? I don't even know. When did GTA 6 begin development? We'll see if AI can, you know. Rockstar Games began preliminary work on GTA 6 somewhere between 2014 and 2018, but full and principal production started in 2020 after Red Dead Redemption 2 concluded, according to publisher Take-Two Interactive. Early stages involved concept design, story outlining, significant development ramped up again after 2018, and full production kicked off in earnest in 2020. So 2018, preliminary stuff, 2020 was full production. Is the showcase today only Xbox and PC? I don't know. I don't think New Game Plus indicated a platform-specific focus. The Developer Direct is in 2 weeks, if that's what you're asking about. They're completely separate events. I work with Rockstar in Windsor, UK, with the UK launch of Vice City, so we did some early access. Yes, Rockstar are one of the most secretive companies ever. They once held a meeting for about 200 of us to go, and they all showed us was 6 seconds of the intro sequence. That's crazy. Yo, Vapor renews their prime over there on purple. We are 1 away from 175. Thank you so much. GTA 6 has been in development for about 8 years, in which a AAA game this big is not bad. Yeah, I mean, they've been in full production since 2020. You know, they started in 2018. So a lot of the times when we talk about how long a game's in development, I mean, you could basically say that it's been in development for, you know, at some point this year, it'll be 8 years. Do you think GTA 6 will come to the next Xbox if it's full-blown Windows? That is an enormous question, FCAT. I have a whole segment on that planned for later. I've got a script and everything that I wrote. That was going to be today's show open until the GTA 6 story kind of took precedence. Big Crimson Desert showing today, hopefully not delayed. I need it in my eyeballs. I'm still very skeptical about how well that game's going to run. And Raphael snipes it for YouTube, 175. Every 25, I gift one back. Thank you so much, sir. I appreciate that. Let me pay up. I owe you guys a member. If you guys haven't hit like, or if you haven't said good morning in the chat yet, be sure to do that. We stream Monday through Friday. We do a live talk show the most interactive talk show on gaming that you can find. Constant back and forth. And if you're a member or a sub on either of the respective platforms, you can submit questions. They don't have to be questions either. You can just submit a hot take for me to disagree with. Use that question command if you want to do that. Do you think GTA... Okay, I already answered that. No, yeah, that's a good question, though, FCAT. I might have to kind of include that. I might have to bake that in to my monologue about Xbox. Like, what's that going to look like if you're developing for them? You know, wouldn't that be like developing a PC version of the game? I just don't know. I don't know how they're gonna make a bridge between those two things. Egnarts with 51 months. Thanks so much for renewing your Member Plus. I appreciate it. It works the way people are saying it will play the Series X version. Oh, that's right. It would be like a backwards compat version. That would be interesting, to say the least, if that's the way that it goes. I mean, I don't know. As long as it runs well, I don't think anybody would care. And if you have more horsepower in the Magnus, then it probably doesn't matter. Truth be told. I mean, if we're looking at it from that perspective, you know. I keep hearing rumors about a Resident Evil 9 showcase today. Seemed random. No, I don't think so. I've not seen anything. I mean, it doesn't mean it's not happening. That would be a really random time to do it. There's an event today. Jake Lucky, Luke Stevens, and some other creators are putting on an event called New Game Plus, where they're just like showing a bunch of different games. That's the only thing I know about. Imagine buying an entirely new device to replicate a console you already own. Well, I don't think you're looking at it quite right, Hidden Seeryu. Like, when I bought a PlayStation 5, I was able to play Ghost of Tsushima at better performance, just like automatically. So I bought a new device and was playing an old game. So conceivably, you could buy Xbox Project Magnus, play a back-compat version of GTA 6, and get better performance. Do you see? Like, I don't think that is that big of a deal. You don't always need it to be like a native version. Now, yes, they updated Ghost of Tsushima later and gave it a little bit extra. They completely removed the loading screens. But I don't know. I would say that's totally fine. You got a PlayStation 5? Nice, Lady Gamer. Enjoy it. The Resident Evil showcase will be about a month before launch. Yeah, I don't think they're doing anything today. I mean, if they are, it's a surprise. Hot take: Anthem servers shouldn't shut down. There is no imperative there. You can't put an imperative on a company to support servers for an infinitude of time. I don't think that's a reasonable expectation. Now, if they want to offload it and let people, do their own servers, you can ask them to do that. Again, I don't know who you're going to get to do it. Nobody's really working on the game anymore, I wouldn't think. GTA 6 has had much hype around the world. I believe it will disappoint, says Red Rider. And it'll play much like GTA 5, and that's what Rockstar is afraid of. I don't know about that. I don't think that's what they're afraid of. I think the game is just really, really large. They need it to run well. They need it to land well. They need it to be excellent. It's they've got a reputation. It just feels like jumping through hoops for a console-only player and superfluous for a PC player, but that's just my opinion. You'd have to explain to me how you're jumping through hoops playing a backwards compatible game. I didn't jump through hoops to play Tsushima on my PS5. I don't think you'd be jumping through hoops to play backwards compat games on the Magnus. From everything we've heard, I mean, I don't know. That sounds like exaggeration to me. Now, as far as like superfluous for the PC player, are you sure about that? Like, if they can't play, depending on how quickly GTA 6 comes to PC, Magnus could be a really great option for somebody like that. Like, I think they're bringing GTA 6 to PC faster this time around. Strauss Zelnick seemed to indicate that in an interview, like that they see that there's a lot of potential there. $2 from Alex. Wolfenstein 3 is in the newest ID Tech 8 engine. Nice. Sorry to repeat, but I think you missed this. One of the rumors I've heard is that every single NPC is AI powered. Though I must stress this is outside of my industry connections. Check out the YouTube video. Yeah, I'm good. I appreciate the info, but I'm not going to do that right this second. I might check that out later though. Apparently, the New Game Plus showcase is going to have everything from indies to AAA games. Yeah, it sounds like it's going to be a pretty wide variety of games. The same engine that was used for Doom: The Dark Ages. Doom the Dark Ages felt really, really good. I liked it. I just didn't like it at the end. Like, it started to feel more like Doom, and then it went right back to not feeling like Doom. There was just too much of an emphasis on parry at the end. And you guys know me, I love my parries, but my gosh, it really didn't flow as well at the end. The final boss I thought was pretty disappointing. Buy a $2,000 device to play console games you can already play on the Xbox. Well, again, I don't know why you're being so exaggeratory. Like, why do you think it's going to be $2,000? Like, I think people were speculating around $1,000, not $2,000. For a PC player, they're used to waiting for console games already. They're not used to waiting for Xbox console games. Oh, you're talking about GTA. I was like, what are you talking about? But most are PC day one, especially Xbox games. I've got big questions about the device, Siriu. I don't think somebody playing a back-compat version of GTA 6 is the indictment that you think it is. I just don't think so. If I could play PS4 games on my PS5 and they ran better and they looked great, I think people would have the same attitude. I think they'd have the exact same attitude on Project Magnus. If they're playing GTA 6 and it looks better and runs better than it did on Series X, they're not going to care. They're not going to be like, but it's not a native install. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't think that's going to happen. Doom Eternal and Dark Ages should have had the same type of multiplayer. Yeah, I understood why they didn't do anything with multiplayer. 1,000 was before RAM prices. Well, I mean, I'm not going to speculate on the price of the Magnus. It's not going to be like a subsidized console price. We know that. That's pretty clear. Other than that, we don't know anything. $2,000? I don't know about that. You know, instead of being 1,000, being 1,200. Maybe, but 2,000? Jiminy, that's a lot. It's a lot of dollary dues. I'm assuming they're not subsidizing and selling it at cost. It's not going to be cheap. Yeah, especially if they're not making a ton of them, because they probably know demand will be a little bit lower given their own hardware woes now, and that this is going to be outside of what they typically offer their console loyalists. The showcase said no world premieres. Does that mean all the games are games we already knew were coming? Yes, that's exactly what that means. Yeah, you're not going to hear world premiere. You're not going to hear that. And it's not surprising. I'm sure it's a fun event, and I'm sure they're doing good work. I like Jake Lucky and Hunter, but, they're not going to have the pull to get a world premiere. I mean, they could get a world premiere of like an indie or a AA, maybe, but not like a big studio. If a big studio is going to drop a world premiere, they want to do it on their own time, their own event, or at a larger event. Now, hey, this event, it could become a cool annual thing that grows. You just never know. People love events like this. They love to see, announcements and game content, When GTA 6 comes out, Magnus won't even be out yet. The main platform will be PlayStation and Series consoles. How is Series S going to run the game? I don't know. According to Jason Schreier, this is going to feel like a PlayStation exclusive. That's what he said. Those are his words, not mine. He says it's basically going to look and act like a PlayStation exclusive. PlayStation's going to adjust their calendar around this game. That was something I said many times. I got a lot of disagreement on that. He is speculating that the Wolverine release date is like September, October, to stay away from November. And I think he's correct. I really do. I think there's a very, very clear precedent for PlayStation to just stay the heck out of the way of this game. You don't want to be sitting there next to it. You just don't want to. I'm getting a lot of hits off of arcraiders cheats. If you guys are here and you want to know about arcraiders cheats and the cheating situation, I will be discussing that later in the show. I've got clips of streamers that aren't happy. Embark has apparently responded. We will be covering that. I have different segments in the show. If you're here right now and want to ask a question about it, go right ahead. It's a variety gaming news show. We don't have to stay on GTA 6 or any of this, but I am noticing here, just checking the back end, a lot of y'all are looking for arcraiders cheats and cheating. Hopefully you're not looking for, you want to cheat, but it's a situation that's getting a bit of a boiling point. Especially with the streamers. So feel free to ask about that. Somebody did submit a question using the question command. That is something you can do as a member. It was Mr. Jack Garland. Have you seen Inari It's a 2D Metroidvania with quick combat, very Shinobi. I've not seen this. What is Inari? I think I saw this on my homepage today, and I don't think I clicked on it. Let's see here. Inari. So it's doing kind of a pixel art thing. Oh wow. This reminds me of there's a rogue that I played, Blade something. This really reminds me of it. Holy mackerel. Yeah, that looks kind of crazy. That reminds me of there was a rogue that I played. It was a good little rogue. I think the difficulty with it is sometimes in games like that, it can be difficult to see if you're taking a lot of damage. Was it this one here? Did they change their promo art? I think they did. Was it Blade? Yes, it was Blade Assault. It reminds me of Blade Assault a little bit. I played Blade Assault for about 3 hours. That game has a 75% on Steam. And it was one of those ones where, like, I don't know, platformer rogues, when stuff starts flashing, it can be difficult to sense when you're being hit and when you have like a telegraph. It was hard to see sometimes. I struggle with that on platformers. My old man eyes just can't keep up. Gameplay looks like it may be my pre-workout. What is this? Fable says, so Fable's officially tweeted, "We've been working on Fable for a really, really long time. It's time to show you more, much more." So they are saying, and the Xbox blog did indicate that it's going to be the first extended look at the game. Another question was submitted by Jakov here. Jakov. That's a terrible name to say wrong. Sorry about that. Do you think the new Xbox will be on store shelves or order from a website like Steam? You know, it's hard to say. I do think they could certainly be in the store and talk about how, you know, it's more than a PC, it's more than a console. You know, it's a PC console for your living room. That could certainly, that could certainly be a way for them to approach it. You know, I don't know. Sorry, late response, but yes, absolutely feel Anthem should be offloaded. Feel like EA BioWare doesn't want to do anything with it. They should make it so the player base can do something with it, mod it, private servers, etc. I'm not up on the industry standards, what it takes to do that, but it feels like better than telling players still playing like me that they're stuck. Yeah, you know, I would say I get where you're coming from, you know. I do. I get where you're coming from, but if they want to start enforcing that, you're going to see a lot of studios just completely avoid this kind of thing. I don't know. I get what people want. I get why they want it. I tend to agree that they shouldn't just be able to take a game away. But expecting studios to either leave servers on, you know, in perpetuity, or not just leave them on in perpetuity, but to have to like hand them off into a private server state. I don't know. Highguard staying absolutely quiet is very worrying for that game, especially being that it launches in less than 3 weeks. That's a weird one, admittedly. Yeah. Why would the market some Xbox console in the Steam store? No, I think he said like the Steam store. Like, I think what he's saying is, will you be able to walk into a Best Buy and buy the new Xbox, or is it only going to be sold the way that you buy, like you go to the Steam store and buy their hardware? I think that's what he meant. I'm having to assume. He'd have to expand in chat. They need to drop a date at this point. An extended look at the game doesn't help right now. Well, okay, this is related to GTA 6, though, right? Okay, Jason Schreier has expanded on what he thinks is misleading. Let me go ahead and take a peek here, right? You were correct, whoever in chat said that it was the thinks. The blogger writes, Schreier thinks GTA 6 might run into another delay, when I was saying the exact opposite. It's so hard to understand that you were saying the opposite using the phrases you were using. He thinks it might say, I mean, this is how Rockstar works, or at least has worked in recent decades. I suppose in the last decade with Red Dead 2. If you look at the history there, they announced it for fall of 2017, then it slipped to the spring of 2018, slipped again to 2018, and there it landed October of that year. So I wouldn't be super shocked if that's what happens again this time around. This is a big and complicated game, and the last I heard, it was still not content complete. Listen, with all due respect, you weren't clear. That's about as clear as mud to me. If you were trying to say this thing's on time, you did a very poor job of communicating that. That does not communicate, oh yeah, I think this thing's on time. It literally sounds like you're saying, wouldn't surprise me at all if it slips. Wouldn't surprise me at all if it gets delayed. It's not even content complete. I don't know. I don't think everybody mistook what you said. It sounds to me like you're saying, yeah, it could slip. It's a big game. It's not content complete. I don't know. It's when you're not explicit in your wording. Yeah, if he was like, I'm explicitly saying that I think my current bet is that it's going to be on time. Not that it's not going to be on time. If you thought it was going to be on time, I don't know why you're mentioning that it's not content complete. Those things don't really connect in my mind. Those things sound almost mutually exclusive. Like logically, I can't get there. Yeah, I think it's going to arrive on time, and the reasoning is it's not currently content complete. The frick are you talking about? What? Like those things don't seem to go together. I ran Cyberpunk on a Series S and found it acceptable. Is optimization the bottleneck here, or is the GPU? For Series S, the bottleneck is the memory. Homie, 8 gig of usable memory for GTA 6. It'll be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. This is an ambitious game. Jason Schreier on Grand Theft Auto 6. PlayStation is the main platform for the game. It's kind of like a PlayStation exclusive, and I suspect that Sony is planning its entire calendar around GTA. Yeah, I talked about that as well. I think that, you know, the notion that we had this debate, and I was kind of shocked that people thought this. People were like, yeah, PlayStation doesn't care. PlayStation's going to do whatever they want. They're not going to move anything. Oh, sure. Sure, yeah. In PlayStation's mind, this is one of the biggest launches for their platform. But yeah, they don't care where it lands or where their calendar lands. Sure. Yo, he speculated that Marvel's Wolverine game would be landing in September or October. And I think that's a really, really solid guess. And I think that's a really solid guess, boys, because they don't want to land in November. They don't want to land in November. I'm here to tell you. They want to land with a wide berth around that, you know, ground zero when that game drops on and descends on the world. You know, will COD drop in November with GTA 6? I have no idea. I can see the next COD not move because of GTA 6. I don't know about that. Black Ops 7 release date. So Black Ops 7 was November. Black Ops 6 was October. I could see COD slide into early October if you want my honest opinion. I really could. If they're planning a release this year, I don't know if they are. I don't know what COD's doing after Black Ops 7. I mean, they're making it sound like they're not going to do annual releases again. Another one, Noberto with 56 months in a VIP. Let me add you to the total. We're at 177. Thank you so much, sir. GTA Bros and COD Bros and is a single circle Venn diagram. It's very close to that. I agree. Kitty Cat says, I don't think GTA 6 is releasing this year. I think it'll have one more delay into early 2027. Yeah, to go back, did my Prime go through? I can't tell on mobile. You didn't celebrate it, Papa Salt, so I mean I can see your badge, but I didn't see a celebration. If you want me to add it to the total, sometimes you gotta refresh and hit the celebrate. COD usually launches in October when Rockstar Games launch. COD release in October before. Sure, yeah, you know, Black Ops 6 released October 25th. So Black Ops 7 was in November. So yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if they are if they're going to push for that. I think October, and they put Halo in November on their anniversary. Good Lord. Why are you going to do Halo like that? They'll do annual, but they won't go back. They won't do back-to-back games like Black Ops 6 and 7. Oh, like they'll allow teams maybe a little bit more time, maybe. My sources are telling me GTA 6 is 100% dropping this year. Who are your sources? My sources, I made it the F up. It's crazy that GTA 5 is still in the top 3 most played games on the PS5. GTA 6 is going to be huge for PlayStation. Yeah. That's pretty fun response. I don't know if you guys saw this. So they basically, the communications lead or head of communications, whatever his title is, COO, this guy comes out from Microsoft and he says that the rumors about the layoffs are completely made up and false. And I'm like, okay. You better hope they don't do any then, because that's what everybody's going to do. That's how they're going to interpret it. You got to remember with Microsoft, it's always about how they phrase things and what they don't say. So sure, the numbers that are out there, and the timing could all be speculative and inaccurate. Doesn't mean it's not coming. I don't know. If Microsoft doesn't do any layoffs this year, that's impressive. They mushroomed up. If you look at the chart of like employee growth for them, it's insane. I'm not talking about Xbox right now. I'm talking about Microsoft. Like Microsoft, they really, more than any other company, they mushroomed up. I just can't imagine with the current push to AI. I don't know. I have no idea. Completely made up, so you won't fire them for AI costs. You will fire them for CEO bonuses. For Microsoft to not do any layoffs, that's impressive. Again, I am not talking about Xbox. I have no idea what's going to happen with Xbox. Jez Corden went on record and said that he had heard Xbox wasn't getting any layoffs this year. I don't know. Maybe they're giving him a stay of execution. They're giving him 1 year to really just like dig in, do the work. We're not going to do any more. We're not going to do any restructuring in 2026. Maybe they said that, for gaming. Who knows? But Microsoft as a whole doing no layoffs? Yeah, because somebody responded to the tweet and was like, okay, so if it's not going to happen in January, maybe it's going to happen in February then. Like, that's a big company. A lot of the analysis said there would be more coming in 2026, so we'll see. That homie went out on Twitter and was like, this is all false. This is not true. It's like, that's a bold statement. All right. I'm more hyped for Crimson Desert than GTA 6, but Pearl Abyss would be stupid to keep that fall 2026 date with these big games. They should just push to Jan or February. What are you talking about? Crimson Desert's not that time. Are you talking about a different game? Is Pearl Abyss South Korean developer? Black Desert Online? Yeah, what are you talking about? Crimson Desert is not then. Crimson Desert's March, isn't it? Yeah, March 19th. What are you? I'm not sure I'm tracking with what you're saying, Ninja. You said you're more hyped for Crimson Desert than GTA, but they would be stupid to keep the fall date. Crimson Desert's March. It doesn't have a fall date, brother. Like, it's right here. Crimson Desert. March 19th, 2026 is the release date. So you've either got your wires crossed or you're thinking of another game or something. I'm not sure what happened there. You've got your dates wrong. Oh, I saw you say this, Captain Steve, and that's my game for your wish list and your radar. I forgot to do this. I'll have the timestamp for it. I guess it doesn't really matter where it lands. So this game is kind of having a moment, and so This is the game for your wish list and your radar. It's called StarRupture. It's a first-person open-world base-building game with advanced combat, tons of exploration. It's basically like Satisfactory with combat. If you've not checked out Satisfactory, very cool game. You know, you're building production lines, gathering resources, and, you know, constructing conveyor belts and things to make everything kind of touch and interact. This is a very, very similar take on that. You can see there everything up and running. Now, the difference here between this and Satisfactory is there is quite a bit more combat. There are guns, seemingly lots more enemies and like aliens. Satisfactory's got like minimal combat compared to this. So this game currently on Steam has been getting quite a bit of heat and focus. Not presently on any other platform at the moment, and it currently has an 82% on Steam. So that's the game for your wish list and your radar today. We appreciate you guys being here. If you appreciate the show and what we do, there's a handful of ways you can help me do what I do, and the easiest one is hitting like. That is super, super easy. It helps the video. More people find the video. And then we do members content and have a member goal every week that unlocks a Friday night segment where my wife reacts to gaming news, and then you can make her play a silly game. So if you help us with that goal, be sure to click join or use your Prime or any of those. And over here, somebody using their Prime, thank you so much, Fallen 1 or Fallen 9. Thank you so much for using your Prime sub on me, taking us to 178. Game looks cool. Is it free? I didn't scroll that far down. I'm sorry. It is early access, currently on sale for $16. Normally it's $20. Sorry, I forgot to scroll down and give the rest of the info. Pixel World's revealed. How are you? Good to see you. Game Freak's upcoming action RPG will be at the Xbox Developer Direct. Yeah, it will be. Beast of Reincarnation will be at the Xbox Developer Direct. That is Thursday, January 22nd at 1 p.m. Eastern. We will be covering that. Phantom Blade Zero comes out in September. And a 5-bomb comes in from Captain Steve himself. It's Captain of the Steves. He gets us to 183. Good to see you, my friend, and thank you for that generosity, helping us with our goal. We've made it a little bit more simple as well. So we were trying something when we first came into the new year, and it was just confusing. And so we appreciate your feedback on that, guys. And we've made it a lot more simple. And another 5-bomb comes in from Jack Garland. Maybe a little member train going. There you go. That should give you enough cash to grab a copy of StarRupture. I greatly appreciate that, Steve. I really, really struggle to find time to come in here to game, unless I do it specifically for the stream. Broken Earth used their Prime over there for 2 months. Senator, do you play video games anymore? No, I quit. And thank you so much for using your Prime, Broken Earth. I'm being sarcastic. This is a gaming talk show, but yes, I do. I rolled credits on like 25 games last year. I put together my top 10 list of the games that I thought were the best last year. And I've already worked on some games this year. I'm currently working on Control. I believe tomorrow I'm going to do a Control gameplay stream and show you Control in 2026 because its sequel's coming out. I also rolled credits on High on Life. I went back into it because High on Life sequel's coming out this year as well. So, yeah. But, no, I don't like sit here and play games day in, day out anymore. That's just not a thing that we do. Yeah. Whoever mentioned Shadow Gambit, the game is basically a sequel to Desperados, which I loved. What have you been playing recently? My wife and I rolled credits on Mario Galaxy 1 on the Switch 2. We loved it. We loved it back when it was on the Wii. It doesn't quite translate to the Switch as well. Sadly, Mario Galaxy 2 also has some problems, like aiming Yoshi's tongue and stuff for some of the fights. It just doesn't feel as good. The setup on the Wii just felt better for some reason. So, yeah. I lost respect for Moon Studios after saying if people don't leave us positive reviews, we might shut down. I don't remember what happened there. Weren't they getting slammed with negative reviews for some reason? I forget what it was. No problems, matey. Many games feel like rehashes and remakes. I like StarRupture, but it does feel like a second job, a fun one, not for everyone. Here's the thing. my wife and I were really enjoying Satisfactory because it came to console. But then you just hit a wall where you're like, yeah, this is becoming more chore than feeling a sense of progress. Yeah, I still have to play High on Knife. High on Knife had bad review scores. I couldn't figure out why. I really liked the game. It's like a 9 or a 10-hour romp. I got to a place in Control that I think will work for the stream. I want to kind of show people the game and why I think it's one of the best games that you might not have played. You may have skipped over it. Little weird, little bizarre, but man, is it a good game. I'm just reminded as I'm replaying it. I'm like, I can't wait for Control Resident, because the Control is... I remember loving it. I remember telling people that it was such a good game back in the day, and I'm like, oh, yeah, I'm remembering now. This is fantastic. It really, really is. Isn't High on Life? High on Knife was a DLC that they did. I believe that's what he was referring to when he said that. So... They were getting review bombed because of the culture war, and what the chatter is saying he said isn't fully correct. It was more of the headline. Yeah, I felt like that didn't get properly represented at the time. I feel like we went and looked into it, and I felt like it was a really reasonable response. It was like, listen, we're an early access game. We're getting kind of beat up here. I mean, we if you guys have enjoyed what we've been doing, we need you to leave a positive review. Because it does. It affects your ability to sell your game. If your game's score suddenly plummets, people are going to come to the storefront and be like, what the heck is wrong with this game? Last time I watched you were playing Destiny. It's been a long time. It has. You came in, you used my old username, which we rebranded a couple years ago. But, I haven't played it in a long time. That's right. We were banned from the game without cause, and that's kind of company Bungie is. So don't miss covering that game or the streaming community. I'm enjoying variety gaming coverage a lot more. Do we see a PS5 confirmation for Fable at the developer deep dive? Oh, I don't know about that. I mean, if they don't have a release date, that's going to be the bigger question mark, I think. You didn't click with Control you really wanted to, though. It certainly is different. But they did the equivalent of what YouTubers do when they say, if you're having fun, hit the like button. Yeah, I mean, we've said something similar. I mean, it's YouTube. Lots of YouTubers say this, and oftentimes, people frown upon it. But it's like, if you like the show, if you like what you see, support it. I mean, that's the reality of this world that we're in. Whether it's a video game, reviews, like we do memberships. Some people do Patreons. Like that's the reality. Did Control have issues at launch, or is my brain misfiring? I don't remember, Hilly. I feel like I played it at launch. I can't remember. Yo, Fuzzy comes in. 16 months. Happy conformity game. Thank you so much, Fuzzy. We are exactly a 10 bomb away from 200, boys. If somebody wants to steal that milestone, now's the time to do it. Call the hot take police, but gameplay-wise, Quantum Break is better than Control. We don't need to call the hot take police. No. We need to call your parents. You're disappointing. No, seriously, I don't know how you could possibly think that. Quantum Break over Control? You're smoking the good stuff, brother. You're smoking the good stuff if you think that. You think whatever you want, but that is a wild one. I don't know if I've ever heard anybody say that. Yeah, I've heard people say that they liked Quantum Break when, like, a lot of us just didn't. I was at an event, and I told the person that was there pushing Control, and I said, Control really makes me feel like they took all the good things out of Quantum Break and made a game. And she was like, yeah, that's exactly what we did. And I was like, oh, wait, you guys are the guys that made Quantum Break. I'm so sorry. She's like, no, we don't take offense to that. That's literally what we did. And there it is. Broken Earth steals it. And Sneaky Platypus does a Prime renewal as well before. So that 10 bomb is an Agents of Chaos. There it is. 201. Thank you so much, Broken Earth. We are now exactly 50 away from unlocking Friday night, where I'll hang out with y'all. If you want Madden to be there, the goal is the same as it's always been, 500 on the week. And thank you, Sneaky. Sneaky says, good morning, Lono. What do you think if Nintendo would bring back the Power Glove? Just kidding. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much, sir. Captain Steve says, what 3 games are you most excited for, Lono? Saros, Control Resonant, Wolverine. There it is. Saros is at the tippity top for me. I love Returnal. I have over 200 hours in Returnal. It's my first and only platinum that I've ever got. I got all the guns to 100% and thought, I'm super close to the platinum. Let me go for it. You counted me for YouTube? Did I? Oh well. Sorry. Sorry about that, Fuzzy. I just like the abilities more in Quantum Break. Yeah, I could see that. That's fair. You know. I just the Quantum Break as a game was just so wild and disappointing, you know. You know what else is disappointing, chat? We don't have 200 likes yet. Let's see 200 likes. Hit that like button. We need 13 more. Y'all are the best. Broken says, I got made into an agent of chaos. Gross. How dare. I'm just joking. Thank you so much, Broken Earth. Tides of Annihilation's in your top 3. Tides of Annihilation, to me, the concern is performance. Other than that, I think it looks dope. But the one trailer even had performance issues in it. So, as you guys are pouring in, hit the like button. There's a lot to talk about. There's the arcraiders cheats situation. A lot of arcraiders cheaters out there. We'll be talking about that shortly. GTA 6 delay, release date, whatever. The next Xbox console. There's a lot to talk about. So sit back, relax, hit the like button, lurk, and chat. Do whatever it is you're going to do. Tides looks cool, but after Lost Soul aside, I realized that the magic of action games lies in the subtle things. Okay, Captain Steve, yours are air combat. I felt that, and Little Devil Inside. Wait, isn't Felt That the puppet boxing game? Do we even have a release date for that yet? And Little Devil Inside, what even happened to that game? Do we have anything? I mean, I'm on both, but the renewal was... Yeah, I know, Fuzzy. It's fine. I don't really have the ability to walk it back. I can't go back. I don't know how it works, kind of a situation. And yes, that is a Wizard of Oz reference. Let's see here. Let me add one. I gotta gift one to YouTube. Keep that member train going, boys. Every 25, I gift one back to say thank you. Arcraiders just seems to be getting bigger. Already sold 12 million. Yeah, I had a guy really angry in the comments, and he was like, he kept calling me a retard, you know. So he was super angry, and he said that the game's gonna die because of the PvE matchmaking. And I said, well, it looks like the game's doing really well, and after the CEO confirmed the aggression-based matchmaking, the players surged. So I think the PvP guys are a little upset because they're not the majority, and I think it's becoming clear, and they don't like it. And this is one of the reasons why I'll throw out my theory right now. I think the reason that the streamers are running into cheaters more than anybody is because cheaters... What do you think they're going to do? I'll tell you what they're going to do. Cheaters are going to kill other players, and if you're killing other players, aggression-based matchmaking is going to throw you into, lobbies with streamers. Streamers are throwing down and killing everybody they see. So they're going to run into cheaters way more than anybody else. I think that's why. Like, if you're staying peaceful and you're not getting into PvP encounters in Arcraiders, you're not going to run into Arcraiders cheats. These Arcraiders cheaters out here, you're not going to run into them because they're out here PvPing it up. Nobody's cheating. Well, even if they are, how would you know? If someone's cheating and they're rocking a PvE play style and they're in your lobby, you're not going to know because they're not fighting you. Yeah, and then they get stream sniped by cheaters. That for sure happens. If we take what Rockstar said in November about GTA 6 at face value, and they are in the polishing stages, then yeah, it's reasonable to assume that the story is complete and how to read code from GTA 5 online. We have content until July. I say it again, most PvP players don't want PvP. They want to F people over. I mean, I've said that most of the people that want PvP in a game like Sea of Thieves or Arcraiders, they don't want PvP. They want player versus PvE player because it's easy. That's been my opinion for a very, very long time. If you want PvP, you'd play a PvP game. It's why they keep referring to Arcraiders as a PvP game. It's like, this isn't a PvP game. What are you talking about? It's a PvPvE game, and plenty of people aren't even paying attention to that. That's what it is. You want player versus PvE player. You know what I mean? Nobody likes it, but they know it's true. They know it's true. Turn off crossplay. Can't stop PC cheaters. Yeah, a really good way to not run the cheaters is to play on console and turn off crossplay. That certainly would minimize it. I mean, there's cheating on console, but it's not. It doesn't even hold a candle to the ocean of cheating that happens on PC. It's not even a contest. I forget the reports we saw on that. It's ridiculous. Like 90 something percent happens on one platform and in one region of the world. Like, just ridiculous. Aggression coupled with skill base is going to funnel the cheaters to the top PvP streamers. That's exactly right, Johnny Always. Also, the CEO said they don't want the game to be about players shooting each other. Yeah, he does. He literally, I love it. I love it. The CEO can't stop making me look good. Like, keep doing it, brother. Do a couple more interviews, please. These guys with the bee in their bonnet, man, they were ticked on my video. And I'm like, dude, look at the like ratio and spend 5 minutes reading the comments. You're the minority. Way more people are playing this game peaceful and just grinding out PvE and getting all their stuff done, and you're in there trying to frag out, and you're ticked off because aggression-based matchmaking is putting you into PvP-heavy lobbies, and it's harder for you to pick on people. That's the facts, Jack. There ain't no way around it. I can tell by the comments on that video who the majority is and who the minority is. You can look at the like ratio being like an 89 or a 90%, and you can look at the trend in the comments. For every 20 comments of people saying, I love it, I'm peaceful, I'm having a great time, there's like one person belly aching about how, well, this is a bunch of soft players who are scared and don't have skill. Really? I mean, it's interesting that people want to talk about skill in a game where they prefer to fight people who aren't fighting back. Like, you want to talk about skill, then go play a game that's based on skill. Go play Valorant. Okay, go play a game that's actually designed to be competitive and balanced, and you're going to play against people that are it's going to match you according to skill. I mean, I remember playing Valorant. The ranking in that was fantastic. The games were intense. They were close. It was fun, right? I was trying to learn the game more to shoutcast it than to actually compete. I've never been a competitive player. But, like, don't sit here and act like people need to get good and get better at PvP when you're playing frickin' arcraiders. Like, I couldn't agree more when Ninja's like, don't make this game for competitive, like, PvP. Don't make the game competitive. And then the CEO's like, yeah, we have no plans to put PvP features like that in this game. We don't want to do that. It's not a PvP game. They added PvP. I said this the other day, and I had people leaving comments like I didn't know what I was talking about. And then the CEO comes out and literally says basically what I said. I said, this game is a PvE game, and they put in like a drop of PvP. It's like you have this big, huge cauldron recipe cooking, and they're like, the AI's phenomenal, the grind is good, but it gets boring if there's no tension. And they're like, whoop, they just dropped PvP in, and that's it. There's no leaderboards. There's no ranking. That you like put damage on other raiders, like shows up like what? As a thing. It's not like a main thing that you're grinding every single day. So it's like the crux of the game is PvE. And you want to get angry and say that players are soft and players aren't good and players should get good. No, what you should realize is you're playing the game in a really, really narrow way. And you know what that does when there's aggression-based matchmaking? It's going to give you a very narrow experience. You're going to get put into sweat boxes, and it's exactly what you deserve. It's everything you deserve. Enjoy it. It's the bed you made. You want to go into games. You want to frag out. You want to kill everybody on sight. Great. Enjoy it. Here's a lobby full of people doing the same dadgum thing. And you're mad that somebody can play peaceful for 50 hours and see you maybe once. They hate it. And I love it. It's great. It's fantastic. And I'm telling you, Embark knows it. They're looking internally at those player numbers, and you better believe they know what's buttering their bread. And it's not the guys fragging out all day. It isn't. Streamers are giving you a false impression of that game. I promise you. This is the same debate we had for years about Destiny. Well, Trials is what carries Destiny, and Trials is what kept Destiny alive. No, it wasn't. It was always, the vast majority of the player base was in PvE. That's why the content that always got added to Destiny trended towards PvE. It's what butters the bread. It's what people are doing. I've said this for years. I said this after Helldivers. I was like, this is your landscape that's untapped. Co-op games, PvE games. That's where the money is. The PvP, yes, the biggest games are PvP, sure, but that's also meaning you're going into a very saturated market. You're going into a market of games that, like, there's just so many people playing Fortnite and Apex and Warzone and PUBG and Valorant and CSGO. There's so many people playing PvP games. You're going to have such a hard time pulling them away from those games. Grinding out a PvE game? That's something you can do. That's something you'll keep coming back to. Ristic with the gifted member. Thank you so much. Hilly says none of the trials have featured PvP. Yeah, that's just not what they're focusing on. They're not going to focus on that. I'm telling you, that everybody that thought, guys like me, you guys remember, and I will readily admit this, it's not that entertaining, and that's why it didn't catch on. I don't think you're going to see a lot of people getting big viewership for, like, friendly arcraiders streams. What are the biggest streams? What are they? It's people doing PvP. It's people doing the war. I know that's more entertaining. I will readily admit that. It's way more entertaining to watch. Like, if you haven't watched Burnt Peanut play with Timmy Tenders, you're missing out. You're missing out. It's fantastic entertainment. Both those guys are very funny. You don't have to like them. I mean, they're putting on a good show, in my opinion. When I played, it boring. I'll readily admit that. Operation Friendship was boring. But what did I tell you? I said, no, I believe that there are people in this game that don't want to play that way. I believe that we can find them. And I'm here to tell you, they're the majority. I firmly believe that. I bet you if they ran the numbers right now and showed us player activity and where it trends, the majority trends towards being more friendly, more PvE, and less towards PvP. I'd put money on the table. I'd bet that every day of the week. And I told you in the beginning, I said, there's a reason we're finding people like this. There's a reason I had so much success with Operation Friendship. We were being cheeky and silly and goofing around, but I meant it. I was like, no, I believe there are people in this game that want to play this way. They don't just want to come in and shoot. If you just want to log into a game and shoot other people and do it over and over and over again, there's so many games you can go do that in right now. It's not new. It's not novel. It's here already. It's here already. A team deathmatch with loot? Come on. Drug Doc coming in with 18 months on the channel over here on Purple. Thank you. And then Pixel Worlds Revealed becomes a member. Thank you so much. Let me add it to the total. 204. Appreciate you guys. Looks like some new articles picked up on Light of Materium being Steam removed back in December. Oh, it's gone. PlayStation. I told y'all that was going to go PlayStation's way. The paper trail was so damning. It was so damning. Captain Steve, I don't know if you followed it, so I'll give you the skinny. They basically went to PlayStation not once but twice and said, we want to make a Horizon game. Here's the game. Here's the concept art. And PlayStation said no the first time, and the second time PlayStation was annoyed because they set up the meeting under false pretense. They thought they were meeting about something with The Last of Us or something, and they pitched it again. They asked for permission to make a Horizon game twice. They got told no twice. And then they did it anyway. It was so damning. I told y'all, I said, this is not Nintendo doing like an anti-competitive patent because they were worried about Palworld, upstaging them. Because, Nintendo's litigious, and that was an anti-competitive patent if I've ever seen one. And guess what? We all said that patent wouldn't stand up to scrutiny, and it didn't stand up to scrutiny. And then this thing rolls out, and I'm like, come on, this is such a clear ripoff. This is such a clear copy. This isn't mechanics. This isn't an open world game with big monsters. It was a direct ripoff. Do you want to know why it was a direct ripoff? Because it literally was a game that they pitched to PlayStation. They wanted to build a Horizon game. That paper trail was so damning. I was like, there's no way they can argue that it's not a game that rips from that IP. Not a shred to their argument. They were trying to argue some shell game, but like, well, we're not really the ones behind the game. I mean, I don't know why you're suing us. And they're like, yeah, you use subsidiaries to like basically hide the fact that you're the one behind the game. What are you talking about? They didn't argue that the game was legitimate. Pixel Worlds reveals says it is leaning towards friendly. That said, the most PvP kill on site players are on free loadouts. That's what needs work. They risk nothing to attempt to game something, but the matchmaking does work. I tested it. I'm gonna say this. If you go in with the free kit and you bust some guy down who's stacked to the rafters and's got a good gun, you deserve his loot. You want to grind free kits all day, and if you're out fragging people that go in with the full kit, props to you. You deserve that loot. That loot's yours. I like the idea of making our own Zoid-like beast. I love the Zoids back in the day. Look very Monster Hunter. Here's why PlayStation really pushed this, Steve. They have a game coming that's going to be very similar to that. There is a multiplayer Horizon game coming that's going to be very Monster Hunter adjacent. And I think that was another reason they really, really greatly took offense to that game existing. They're like, what are you doing? You're literally making a game that we've already got in the pipeline, basically. You can't do that. You can't beat us to the market with our own property. That's ridiculous. So that's why it went their way. I thought they revealed the mobile multiplayer Horizon game. I don't know about a mobile game. There is an MMO being developed by, I believe it's NCSoft. That's a separate game. That's a different game. It's a little confusing. So there is another mainline Horizon game coming, probably the third in the series with Aloy. There's a co-op multiplayer Monhun style game that Guerrilla's also working on. Then NCSoft comes in. They're working on the MMO, which will apparently be PC mobile. I don't. It sounds like it might not be on PlayStation, which is like the craziest thing I think I've ever heard, but perhaps they feel like the Monhun style game has more of a shot on console and that the MMO would be a bit of a non-starter, especially if it's made in the vein of like a lot of the MMOs that are popular on like mobile and PC, you know? Hope you're right. That would be sweet. That's the current word on the street of what Guerrilla's working on. Yeah, they are working on something that might scratch the itch that you were hoping to get out of Light of Motirum. So, guys, thanks so much for over 200 likes. Thanks for a huge day. Over 200 members on the week already. We had a slow start on the start of the week on that. That was my fault. We have fixed that, and I appreciate your guys' patience with that. And we are back on both platforms. And if you want to be a part of Green Room, that now happens later in the day in the Discord. That is something you need to be a member for. So make sure you get your membership up and running. Make sure you get into the Discord. That's where you can learn about like what we're doing, what we're planning, and what's coming the next day. Members content is no longer on YouTube until they can fix it. So if you want more information about that, you can get that from me in our Discord. NCSoft's a good developer. They made the Guild Wars series. Patents help foster investment into innovation. You're going to have to really expand on what you're saying there. I don't quite understand what you're arguing. But we have a lot of people talking about this. Oh, my headphones are all the way over here. We got a lot of people talking about this thing with the arcraiders cheating. And that still is what we're getting. We're getting a lot of people in here looking for that. And Happy New Year, Lono. Hope it's a good one for you. Hope we both hit 75K. Steve, I need it, man. Last year was freaking terrible. I don't know how yours went. Mine was horrible. So we're hoping this year is much better. It was bad. It was bad. It was a little discouraging. Yesterday and today, I'm encouraged. We're seeing what we hope to see continue, and we appreciate you guys that are here every day. Let's see here. So I've got some clips for you guys about this. Let's go. Let's pull some of this stuff up here. So the arcraiders cheating situation has gotten so bad. I mean, it's bad. You got guys like Shroud and Ninja basically calling Embark out. Okay, Risic with the gifted. Thank you so much. Bumps the line to 205. We are 20 away from the next milestone. This is the perfect opportunity to steal it. I have to gift your platform a member. What change keep you on Twitch? The Cliff's Notes version, Drewski, The problem was doing members content on YouTube. The problem was not streaming on Twitch. As evidenced by both yesterday and today. We've streamed on both platforms and it's gone really, really well. It's because we're no longer doing morning coffee. Morning coffee was kind of the culprit. So, loving your t-shirt. Is that sponsored? I forget where this came from. I think this came from 80s Tees. I think. You can still use my code over there. So, Mine grew a bet turning on the sub-only comments. People are subbing more. I was nervous to turn that on because I felt like people were gonna subscribe and then unsubscribe, but I don't know. We'll see. I could always run an experiment with it. So let's look at this first clip here. So Shroud is not happy, and Embark has responded, but let's see what he has to say here.
This might be my last day playing for a very long time, like at least a couple weeks until they figure this out. This is really, really bad.
Yeah, that's why I haven't really been playing as well.
It's pointless. It's actually pointless. It's just ran by those fucking guys. That's literally the entire game. It's just run by those guys. Embark has zero control over their game right now.
Hey, you're making me look good here. Keep it up.
I mean, they were on holiday, so I will give them some slack, but if it doesn't, like, if there's no like meaningful change in the next week, 2 weeks,
I was thinking of painting
what's the point of fucking playing? Like, actually, what's the point?
I think what he's saying is totally fair, to be honest. In a game where you go in and if you die, you lose your stuff. Yeah, what's the point of playing if you're just going to get killed by cheaters? You know what I mean? You got the notification for the stream. Well, thank you so much for having your notifications turned on. I appreciate that. I appreciate you being here. Make sure you hit the like button. And we got Stoffinator over here with 9 months on a Prime. Here is to another month. Boom. 206. Thank you, sir. Destiny Rising is on consoles and recently brought back the Crota raid. Yeah, I saw that. Some people started creating content by using cheats in arcraiders. Let me see this. What do we got here? What do you got here? Hang on.
Game is with 0 FPS drop, 0 stutters, stays buttery smooth even when 3 squads are pushing and the arc bots are swarming. Clean ESP with clear boxes, loot glow, you can find any weapon anywhere, exfil markers, distance tags, and nothing clutters your screen.
So these guys are creating content promoting cheats? Why would you even do that? You know, I would expect I don't know. I would expect that you should be able to take those videos down, honestly. You should be able to take those videos down. Let's listen to what Ninja has to say.
That can happen to this game. And I'm going to speak like a entitled cringe streamer for a second, and I'm probably going to get clipped out of context. But like, I think the worst thing that could happen to this game is
wait. People clip streamers out of context? Are you serious? That happens? Anyway, let's see what he says.
Is what it for like? I honestly think the worst thing that can happen to this game is them not getting these cheaters and stream snipers under control for streamers and people that are whoever's dealing with cheaters, because the last thing they want is like, dude, Peanut is like a cheater in every one of his games, dude. Every game.
Real quick, okay. I met Ninja back at the Destiny 2 premiere. He's a super nice guy. I absolutely hate to call him out. I do. I know we live in a time of call-out culture, and I don't like drama, but why the frick are your Christmas trees still up, Tyler? Jiminy Chris. I'm just kidding.
And he has combined, he's like 120,000 people that are watching him play. And yeah, it's not great. And if he stops playing this game, like, that's just not going to be good. That's not beneficial for arcraiders if Peanut has to like play another game. Which
not only that, I'll kind of add to the argument here. You don't want people thinking that like that's what the game is, right? Stop streaming, that's your only remedy to stop stream sniping. Yes. Making tens of $1,000s a day, you just stop doing that. Yeah. Just, Burnt Peanut and Ninja and Nade and all these guys. You make thousands of dollars a day. You're creating generational wealth for your great-great-grandchildren. You don't need another dime for the rest of your life. You're just stacking. But yeah, just stop doing that. That's the solution.
I don't know if he even, I don't know how long he'll deal with it or try to put up with it.
Guys, chat, that's not catering towards streamers, by the way. That's just putting the game in a better state.
Agree.
Yeah, I agree with Nade. I mean, obviously, stream sniping is a unique problem that you can't expect developers to do a whole lot about. But the stream sniping shows the problem in a larger fashion. It's kind of like lifting up the rock and seeing all of the infestation. It's like, you know what I mean? He said the devs need to stop the stream snipers. That's how you could. Well, there are ways to stop stream sniping that these guys implement. They don't show you their matchmaking, so you don't know what map they're going to, right? You still, at the level of that viewership, somebody's going to find you. You're going to be like, oh, shoot, I made it into his game. Like, you're just going to roll the dice all day and keep picking different maps, and eventually you're going to be like, oh, I made it into their game, right? So I don't think developers can stop stream snipers. I don't think they can. I don't know what the developer could do. I don't know if a streamer has ever proposed a solution. Like, what are they going to do? I mean, somebody is watching you and can queue at the same time, and once they're in your game, they can go to where you are. Now, the only thing you could do, especially once you have higher viewership, you could do significant stream delay, and that certainly helps. Somebody's like, oh, they're over there, and by the time they get there, you're long gone. Like, they're 5 minutes behind. 5 minutes in a game of arcraiders is an eternity, okay? So there's certainly ways to mitigate stream sniping. I think that the cheating compounds the problem, because if you're using an arcraiders cheat, you can find Ninja a lot easier. You can go to roughly where he was, see him through the walls, see him through the hillside. These are the things that I think are making it worse than it really is. Now, Nadeshot's got a lengthy reply that I wanted to read, okay? So let's take a look at what Nade said. I like Nade. He says, my experience on arcraiders over the last week has been hell. Just to be clear, I love this game, and I think it's already moved into my personal top 10 of all time. But the egregious amount of cheating genuinely might be worse than peak Call of Duty. I'm not trying to bring negativity to the game because I know this type of dialogue can spread on socials like a disease, but I genuinely cannot get through an entire raid without a Steam profile that is level 0 or on an account that has multiple game bans and back bans on record. I promise I'm not trying to be self-righteous by telling Embark what to do next, but I think the only option they have to protect the success of this game is similar to how Epic handled Fortnite in the past. Legitimate legal action against providers and individuals who are actively supplying and using cheating software. Yes. Yes. Cosign. Agree. Do it. Take these companies to the dadgum cleaners. There is an economic reality to cheating, and if you don't swing Negan's bat at their kneecaps, they're just going to keep doing it. You need to absolutely obliterate the cheat suppliers, okay? You do. They are hurting you economically. They are. Listen, I'll say it. The cheat providers are absolute scum. They are scum. They're the worst. You're providing something that is 100% disruptive to the gaming economy. You're making money off of, degenerate malfeasance. Like, you shouldn't be able to make money on that at all. It's ridiculous. You should be sued into oblivion. I know it's just a game and a lot of players may not even encounter experiences like this because of the PvE and the aggression-based MMR, but holy cow, gentlemen, I'm at war and I'm getting absolutely pummeled for 8 hours straight every day. Hours and hours of looting, crafting, and investment of time and resources wiped out raid after raid. That's the real issue here. You drop into Fortnite and a cheater kills you, it's annoying, you jump back in, you're fine. You drop into arcraiders, somebody kills you because they're cheating and you lose all your stuff. It's like, yeah, that represents hours of work. It's investment. Imagine playing an MMO and somebody hacks your account and steals all the stuff you grinded for. That's the equivalent of what's happening here. You got people grinding hours and hours and hours, getting all this stuff, and then they lose it. And then they got to grind to get it back. It's the equivalent of somebody hacking into your account and stealing your stuff in an MMO. I mean, the hours that these guys put into this game is equivalent to the hours that people would put into an MMO. It totally is. These guys are streaming for 8 hours a day. It's absolutely worse. It's worse than getting killed in COD by a cheater. It's worse than getting killed in Fortnite by a cheater. That's not really a comparison, right? Final paragraph here from Nadeshot. He says, if you made it this far and you read everything, I appreciate you. We appreciate you, Nade. Just, stop yelling at Ninja so much. He says, I apologize for sounding like a whiny, privileged streamer, but I just needed to vent somewhere else other than the stream. One day I'll come to terms with the fact that cheating in video games has reached a point in time where it's impossible for the devs to keep up with the providers, but until then, I'm just going to keep on complaining. I mean, I think the complaining is what provokes action, I mean, Embark has responded, okay? Embark has responded. This is coming from Deserto, all right? Here's these gentlemen that we've already listened to, Shroud and Ninja. arcraiders devs have responded to streamers like Shroud and Ninja saying they have zero control over cheaters. They said, listen, the team was on vacation. The patches will come soon enough. You will see. Now, here's the thing. They have things in place to return your loot to you after running into cheaters. It's probably at such an epidemic level that it's really, really hard for them to do that. The hope would be that they start doing it. The hope would be that they start giving people their stuff back, right? I don't think any of this is, and right on time, this was tweeted moments ago by Charlie Intel. arcraiders devs are returning lost items to players who were killed by cheaters. They say they're committed to building an environment where gameplay is about skill. Yeah, you're going to have a real problem on your hands when you return so many items to people that you break their inventory. You know what I mean? You're going to need a separate inventory for some of these guys. Can't they group cheaters together in a match? Yeah, that's what I think they should do. You want to know the solution for cheaters? That's a solution. Don't ban them. That's crazy. That sounds like lunacy, but that's the truth. Don't ban them. You put cheaters in lobbies with cheaters and let them deal with it. Eventually they'll catch on, they'll get wise, and they'll figure out what's happening, and they'll make a new account. But if you ban them, they're just going to make another account. They're going to be right back in there the next day. These people are degenerates. They're losers, right? They're absolute losers. They'll just be right back in there with another account the next day. Tim the Tap Man responds to Nade, says, I didn't know what to expect when I hit show more, but holy F. Nadeshot says, sound it out, Tim. If you get stuck on a word, ask AI to read it out loud. I believe in you. That's good. That's good. That's good banter. That's good banter between the boys. Playground Games says, our Fable and Horizon teams have been very busy, and we can't wait to show you what we've been working on. Be sure to tune in on the 22nd. It's going to be a big day for Playground, apparently. It's just them and Game Freak, from what we've seen. How did he dodge my attack? I was moving at the speed of light. That's right. Reporting cheaters and banning them doesn't do anything. Yeah, I don't think you ban them. You know, don't you laugh at another man for how he pronounces words? Listen, I may not know how to pronounce them, Zubair, but I know how to read them, right? It's an important distinction. Like, I may mispronounce things, but I do know how to read. And I think that's really worth noting. That's right at the top of my resume. They've been returning items to people since launch. It actually gives you more storage because it doesn't count towards your stash. Oh, nice. That's nice. Hardware ban. Hardware bans, yeah, you know, maybe. Oh, those are tough. Fable is promising much more. Yeah, they said in the Developer Direct blog, they said that it's going to be the first extended look at Fable is what they said. So we'll see. We shall see. We appreciate you guys being here today. If you found my stream on YouTube through search or suggest, or I was on your homepage, do me a quick favor. You don't have to subscribe to my channel to talk in my chat anymore, because I don't like making people do that, because then they'll just unsub after the live stream. I want you to subscribe to the channel because you want to come back every day. We do a live show every day. We do uploads on a regular basis. We got a great and active community. If you like what you see here, hit subscribe. If you're watching on Purple, hit follow. Do all the things. We're working on a great big goal. If you guys have never seen Madam react to gaming news, that's my wife. That is a really, really fun segment that we do on Friday nights when you guys hit the goal. You get to unlock a stream with my wife where she reacts to gaming news. We appreciate you so much, those of you that help with that every week. I'm glad you're covering the rampant cheating, Lono. It's actually ruining the game, and their Discord is mad toxic right now. People are actually okay with the cheating. Expound on that for me, would you? What do you mean people are okay with the cheating? Who says that? Now, are people saying they're not running into it? Listen, you're going to go all the way back. We're going to go all the way back to the stuff that I said about how I think the majority of the player base, I think they're all hanging out in PvE land. They're all hanging out in chill lobby land. You know? I got news for you. That's why those people are probably not seeing cheaters. Because if you're not PvPing, you ain't going to see those cheaters. You're not going to. They're not going to be in your lobby. They're not. You've seen people in the Discord say, why not cheat verbatim? I have a really difficult time understanding how people get to that place. Like, is it apathy? Are they throwing in the towel? Are they just like, well, why not cheat at this point? Everybody freaking cheats. Like, is that their mindset, or are they just a loser? Like, which is it? It's got to be one or the other. You're either a total loser if you're like, yeah, why not cheat? Who cares? Jiminy, what a waste of time and money. What do you have at the end of the day? What do you have? A bunch of kills and wins on an account that'll probably get banned, and the wins and the kills you didn't even do. I tell you what, why don't you just let the computer play for you and then just go do something else and come back and be like, yeah, how many games did I win today? You know, let AI play for you. Like, what the heck is the point? I'll never understand it. I understand people that are really, really bad and they suck at the game and they rage cheat. They just want to go in and ruin everybody else's day. I get that. We see these people all over the internet. They live in a perpetual state of misery and they just want to spread misery, okay? Then you got people that, you know, they suck and they don't think they're ever going to get good, so it's their only means of satisfaction in being part of the club. Everybody's playing a game and they're bad at it, right? But the people that just resolve to be like, yeah, why not cheat? I'm like, oh my gosh. How did you become such a loser? Nick Merckx was talking about how easy it is to get cheats. They're like $1 a month, so maybe they don't cost much. Well, I would imagine that the cheat companies, that's what they're doing. They're playing a volume game because they know people are going to get banned and they're going to need to come back and buy more cheats. So it's probably a race to the bottom on price because what they're trying to do is they're trying to be competitive. It makes perfectly good sense. It makes perfectly good sense. You're like, listen, you're going to get banned. You're going to need another cheat. So we're going to keep providing you with this cheat at a very, very low cost. And they're probably making money hand over fist. Thanks for entertaining the discussion. Very much appreciate your insights. Does Rockstar find itself in a situation similar to Nintendo in 5 years when copycats release their games? You think there's going to be copycats of GTA? I mean, there's already games that have clearly taken lots of inspiration from GTA. I don't know about quote-unquote copycats, but that's some of my friends. I don't talk about gaming with them for that reason, and yet you see their reaction to a bad call in football. How do you cheat in Pokemon Go? Yeah, how do you cheat in Pokemon Go? Who's cheating in Pokemon Go? It happens in every PvP game. Yeah, it's the economy of cheating right now. I mean, it's significant. Nick Burks was talking about how he's... Oh, I already read that, sorry. Can they ban permanent the cheaters? Well, I mean, there's a way to ban hardware, but people can spoof their hardware ID, right? I'm not an expert, okay? I'm not an expert. But they can ban your hardware, but if you're spoofing your hardware, then they're banning hardware that doesn't exist. Okay. I think the best course of action is to not ban the cheaters. I don't think you ban the cheaters. I think you detect that they're cheating, and with your aggression-based matchmaking and your skill-based matchmaking, you put them in lobbies with other cheaters. Let the losers hang out with the losers. You know what I mean? Let these scumbags just get stuck in a cycle of, you know, they just have to constantly play against cheaters. Now, eventually they'll catch on and they'll make a new account, right? Once they're quote-unquote made, you know, you ever seen a movie where it's like, yeah, my cover's blown, I'm made. Once they're made and they're marked, you know, I would think they'll just make a new account. Because to them, that's like getting banned. Like, that's as good as getting banned. Like, if you're an arcraiders cheater and you're all of a sudden finding yourself in lobbies with other cheaters, couple of games in a row, yeah, you're probably going to say, I'm just going to make a new account. The issue is you're playing a numbers game. Okay? You're playing a numbers game. What you're hoping for is that, let's say you got 1 million cheaters in a day in arcraiders. You got 1 million cheaters, and you put those 1 million cheaters into cheater lobbies. What you're hoping for is that most of the hours of that day, these lowlifes don't figure it out. They just stay in the lobby. Eventually they're going to, but you know, maybe for an entire day they don't. What you've done for that day is you've minimized the number of cheaters that people encounter. You know, your honest paying customers have a minimized experience with cheaters, you know, and eventually these people figure it out. They make new accounts. They do it all over again. So it's kind of like a wave. Like, cheating hits a really, really high saturation point. You hit them all with the matchmaking. They stop showing up in the normal funnel, and they're kind of out of the normal player pool. It's the same as a ban wave, but what you're doing is you're keeping these idiots occupied. You're keeping them occupied. Now, there's an even better strategy that just came to me. They don't want long-term rewards and growth. They want the instant high of winning. Yeah, at some level, they're probably addicts in many things in many things in life, right? Here's I think an even better strategy. I don't think you put cheaters in lobbies with cheaters. I think you put cheaters in lobbies with bots. Let them kill bots that they think are other players. Let them just do that to their heart's content. Now, eventually they might figure out that nobody's using proximity chat. Maybe it's just too easy. Who knows what, right? But it's almost like you have to say, these people keep tearing apart the place, so let's just get them to play over here, and they'll just keep playing. They're losers. They're losers. They're going to just keep playing if they're getting wins. Right? Let them. Who cares? And I know what that does. That takes up server bandwidth. That takes up connection time. But the truth of the matter is, you're keeping those people out of your player funnel. 100 cheaters versus 1 gorilla. You're keeping them out of your player funnel. PvEvP games don't have the same problems as PvP only games, though. So how Arc handles the manipulation will be watched by many skilled players who dodge the purchase, knowing how skill-based matchmaking ruins games. Give us a PvE mode. They're not going to do that. No. I want cheaters. I don't want cheaters taking up space in my game in the long run. Here's what you have to weigh, Yanadid, because I get where you're coming from, but let me push back. As the company, you have to weigh and say, are we losing honest, good paying customers? Are we losing their engagement, and therefore we're losing their dollars because of cheaters? So do we have do we have an impetus, a business impetus to say we've got to keep these cheaters preoccupied, put them in lobbies with bots. It'll keep them out of the main player funnel for at least 48 hours, 72 hours. They'll get wise. They'll make a new account. Maybe they won't get wise because they're idiots. They're losers. They're bums. They'll just keep killing bots and thinking, oh, I'm killing it. Yeah, you sure are. And you keep them occupied over there. What you're doing is you're protecting the people that are paying the dadgum bills. Now, somebody might say, well, if you ban them, they have to buy the game again, so at least you're getting money from them. You're getting $40 every time one of these idiots gets banned. Like, you talk about loser activity. You're literally paying for the cheats, and then you're having to pay to get back into the game again. Like, just stupid, right? I like your plan, but how could they detect a cheater? What do you mean, how could they detect a cheater? It's not difficult. Detecting cheaters should be easier than ever. It should be. Their behavior will be so divergent from the main player pool. Their accuracy rating, their kill time, their kill per hour, their all of that. They should be. They're not hard to catch. These guys don't play like real players. They don't even try to. They don't even attempt to play like normal players. They'll shoot you through the wall. They'll laser you down with perfect precision aim and no recoil. They should be, especially with AI, you should be able to analyze a player's behavior that's been reported. Like, let's say, in an hour, you get reported 10 times for cheating. Let's say you're legitimate and it was just a bunch of butthurt players that didn't like how good you are. And they're like, yeah, this guy's cheating. That's another thing we haven't even talked about, by the way. The cheating epidemic has like waves of impact. Like, it hits and it just has this wave of impact that spreads in your game. One of the other things that happens when a game has a cheating epidemic, I call it the every player is sus epidemic. Every time somebody kills you quick, every time somebody lands a good shot, you're thinking, yeah, that guy's sus. He might be cheating. It's hard for you to appreciate a good play. It's hard for you to appreciate a good player. Every good player is suspicious now, right? Every good player is suspicious. How could you not be suspicious? What classifies a cheater? Wait, are you asking that in earnest? What do you mean, what classifies a cheater? A person cheating. But what do you mean? What do you mean? Is it hacks or is it bad moral choices in a raid? Okay, hang on. I don't want to be unkind here. Do we have a language barrier, or are you genuinely not understanding what we're talking about? Did you just wander in? Like, were you out of the room or something? I mean this. I'm confused why you're confused. Bad moral choices? That's not. What do you mean? Yes, in earnest. Okay, so here's the deal. If you rewind this stream and you listen to every single time I have talked about cheaters, I'm talking about people running cheat software. I'm not talking about somebody who betrays you or somebody who rats and sits at the extract point with explosives. They can do that as much as they want. They're completely in their right to do that. There's no rules here, all right? A cheater is a cheater. They're running extra software to cheat. You've been here from the start? Okay, so the entire time you've been listening, when I've been saying that, that's what I've been referring to, homie. I'm not referring to people that, like, pretend to be friendly and then betray you. They're not a cheater. They're just a rat. Can you just clarify? I've just spent the last 60 seconds clarifying. Did you ask the question and put me on mute? What are you doing? I just clarified. Okay, that's fine then. Okay, we might have been dealing with some stream delay. Yeah, I was like, I just clarified. I don't know what you're talking about. Okay. I don't like this normal latency. We run normal latency because it gives you guys less intrusive advertisements during the stream, but normal latency makes conversations like this tough because I can't respond and then you're delayed, and we can kind of go into a circle like that. Okay, there we go. He understands now. Yeah, I would never accuse someone of cheating. Okay, I would never accuse someone of cheating if they just like betrayed you in the game. I would never, accuse somebody of cheating if they're ratting or something, right? If they're like hiding out on an extract point with bombs, or if they pretend, I hate normal for that reason. Yeah, I like normal because you guys get less intrusive ads, but good golly, it's hard to have a conversation sometimes, and you get frustrated and I get frustrated, and we're not sure what's going on, and I repeat myself. You know what I mean? Griefing and cheating are different. Yes, griefing and cheating are different. Yes, griefing an extract point, pretending to be friendly and killing somebody, you're just being a jerk. Unfortunately, for those of you that are on the wrong end of that, being a jerk is not against the rules. It's not. It's not. You can be a jerk all day. Genuine questions from me in chat. Yeah, if you're running extra software to give you an advantage, that's some BS. Okay, so that's what everybody's complaining about, OD. So if you saw me look at the clips from Ninja, Nadeshot, Shroud, and everybody else, that is quite literally what they're talking about. They're talking about people using cheating software. They're not talking about people ratting, betraying, none of that. Okay? So the epidemic and frustration from their perspective is they go into the game with all this loot that's very valuable that they spend an enormous amount of time grinding for, and then someone kills them and they lose it. And this, they're cheating. So that's hours of work, right? No worries. My apologies. Appreciate the clarification and elucidation. No, great words, by the way. No, you don't have to apologize. You just were misunderstanding. That's not unusual. I talk fast, and I think there's something that I make a mistake commonly. I commonly make this mistake in content creation, and I commonly make this mistake in live streaming. I presume too much shared knowledge. It's a huge mistake that I make. A lot of the times you'll watch a video, and someone will say something like this. What's up, guys? We are going to talk about a griefing problem in arcraiders. What is griefing? Well, griefing is when, and they'll define it. I don't do that a lot of times. I don't define parameters. I presume shared knowledge. I'm like, yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? And people are like, no, what are you talking about? Huh? So in this case, in my defense, I don't necessarily feel that's a common need to define cheating. But given the debates about arcraiders, maybe I do need to. There's a lot of debates about arcraiders. There's debates about the ratting. There's debates about the griefing. There's debates about the PvP and the matchmaking. There's a lot of debates about arcraiders. So I could conceive of somebody walking in the room and being like, hearing me talk about cheating and banning people for cheating, and you're like, wait, what are you talking about? Are you talking about griefing? Are you talking about cheating, ratting? What do you mean? I could maybe understand why somebody might be like, there's an awful lot of debates about this game. What exactly are you talking about? Right. So I think that's fair to maybe get a little confused. Shared knowledge on every topic is difficult because we're all coming from different backgrounds, presumptions. You might not be here for the entirety of the show. Maybe you've been here for 5 minutes. So it's something I've tried to work on over the years. I've tried to be more inquisitive, wait, why are you asking this? And that's what I did. I was like, wait, are you asking this in earnest? I wasn't sure if you were goofing around. Let's see here. So we've talked about arcraiders cheating. We talked about GTA 6. I've got some more stories for you guys as well. How long have we been streaming? We've been streaming about 2 hours. We've been streaming for about 2 hours here. Let's see. I also have here. I'm gonna delete these. I got these clips in here from Shroud and Ninja that we already watched. Okay, we looked at the GTA 6 thing. That kind of opened up the show. whole lot of other stuff. I gotta. The audio only audience thinks you just died. Oh, when I went, oh, yeah. Someone came in the room and was punching me. It was terrible. It was awful. I need your support. I now have exorbitant bills for my injured hips. No, I was just popping my hips. Xbox topic you mentioned earlier. Yes, there's. I got a script here about the next Xbox console that I'm gonna go through with you guys. Let's see here. Did you see the Razer waifu hologram lady? Yeah. Listen, man. It's a lonely world out there. There's going to be a lot of products that set their sights on people that are lonely, you know? I'd rather help them not be lonely than make fun of them buying it, because you know a lot of people are going to buy it, and that's likely. There'll be people that buy it as a gag and a joke, but there'll be people that buy it because they're lonely. Yo, what's good, Brooklyn Breed? How are you? Do hips need popping? I don't know, dude. I stretch, you know, and things pop. I'm 44, so maybe, you know, maybe my body is breaking down and I'm just expediting it. I don't know. Been a minute. Sorry, I've been around. Been everywhere lately. Hey, man. It's all right. It's all right. You know we're here. We're always here. How big is the box? Asking for a friend. I don't know what you're talking about. Let's go through the Xbox segment. We want to have that as a segment. I need to be able to kind of see later in the show. Let's see here. Game Pass trailer. Wait, what's this? Oh shoot. Oh, I had a video I wanted to watch. Where did that go? Hang on. I like reacting to videos. I gotta watch them first, though. I gotta pre-watch them. Arcraiders is dying. Somebody... Oh, it's Mylan. I don't think Mylan he might curse and swear. I don't know. Arcraiders is dying. It's only a day old. I'll wait and see. I've got some reaction content coming to the channel. If you guys missed it, there was one about Nintendo winning the console war. There was one about, you know, AA and indies beating AAA. So, yeah. Okay. I'm going to make an on-the-fly choice here. I'm trying to get a good trailer for you guys. There's usually like a good Game Pass trailer. Xbox Game Pass, The Caretaker. We used that one last time. That's 2-year-old. Here we go. Okay. There we go. Okay. All right, let's do this. This is an interesting one. You guys might not have heard about this one yet. While the next Xbox console still remains a bit of a mystery, we have a new claim that it's going to go full bore with Windows. Now, to some, this is not surprising, given that Sarah Bond said they wanted Windows to be the largest gaming platform. Now, to longtime Xbox fans, this might be mixed feelings. The evolution of the brand has been significant and at some level very quick. Within the span of just 1 year, we've seen a handful of things. Exclusives are now demonized as anti-consumer because they don't really do exclusives anymore. Hardware has been deprioritized and probably performed the worst that it ever has with respect to sales and saturation. Game Pass price has increased multiple times. They moved day and date to Ultimate. And all of this seems to be the result of Microsoft calling more of the shots in the wake of spending large amounts of money to acquire an unprecedented number of studios. So it might feel like the final piece of the puzzle falling into place for the next Xbox to be more Windows than Xbox. So let's look at what was claimed. So Insider Gaming said the following. A new report by Windows Central provides a lot of details on what to expect from Xbox in 2026, revealing exciting details about the upcoming console. The report shows that the plan is to run, quote, full-bore Windows on the next Xbox console, and that has remained the same. And the next bit is the most important. So I think the next bit's the most important, okay? The report says that the main difference between the next Xbox console and a traditional PC is the ability to run Xbox One and Series X and S games, allowing players to bring forward their existing libraries to the next-gen console. The Xbox president also has confirmed that the next console will be backwards compatible and will be enhanced with AI. So that's coming from the Insider Gaming article. Now listen, there's two big takeaways from this. First, and most importantly, is the ability to run Xbox One and Series X and S games. That is, I think, important to people who are coming over from the current gen. The second thing is backwards compatibility is promising to be there combined with the power of AI. Now, I spoke about this in my micro slot video. That could honestly be very cool. That could be a huge win for gamers. Having classic games or old games that are currently unavailable made playable through backwards compat efforts in AI, that'd be pretty awesome. But there's a third takeaway, and this is the big one. If the main difference between an Xbox and a PC is backwards compatibility and library cohesion, if that's sort of the beginning of Windows taking over, what's that look like for the future? With how fast everything has changed, it's not beyond the realm of possibility that Microsoft Gaming or Windows becomes the focus of the brand, and the Xbox name starts to drift into the background. Now, earlier in the year, Jez Corden of Windows Central reported that the next Xbox would, quote, be a PC in essence, but with a TV-friendly shell that also has a specific set of specs in mind. Now, this is a huge win if you're like me, and you've won a PC in the living room, but you don't really want to put a PC in the living room. But what will the Xbox loyal feel about this? Or, you know, are they going to see this as a final step away from traditional console fans if the console essentially becomes a PC? The good and the bad here, I think, is subjective to the user, especially if the Windows OS is less bloated, if it runs well, and if it benefits gaming PCs and handheld PCs as well, like if you get an OS into the market that's better than it currently is with Windows. But I could sympathize with long-standing Xbox fans who look at this as the final chapter of the book coming to a close. The Xbox they supported and stayed with all these years, well, it doesn't really exist anymore, which makes the focus on backwards compatibility all the more interesting. Are the Xbox console faithful even going to care about this device, given that apparently, according to Sarah Bond, it's not going to be cheap either? Sales for this gen of Xbox hardware is some of the worst the brand has ever had. Folks are seemingly leaving. They're going to PC. They're going to PlayStation. There are tweets, posts, there are videos about people saying, I don't really need my Xbox anymore. I don't really want to be with Xbox anymore. So while it's exciting to hear more details about the next Xbox console, it looks like one more effort to put PC in the living room after the Steam machine. But there's questions that remain. And the main question is, who is this for? Sarah Bond made it clear it'd be a premium device, and with hardware prices on the rise, the device would end up being like buying a pre-built PC, which isn't cheap. This could be a bridge too far for many fans. Expensive, it's going to be more Windows than Xbox. It's basically going to be a PC aside from backwards compatibility. It might sound like something that they never really asked for as an Xbox fan, or it could be the perfect fit. Where do you land on this? Let me know in the comments, or come discuss it in one of the live streams with me on the channel. So that's basically the long and the short of it. The more I hear about it, I'm like, the focus on backwards compat sounds great, and like making Windows better sounds great. I think I'm the most interested in how like the Xbox loyal respond to this. Like, how are they going to respond to basically seeing like one more piece of the puzzle change, like one more piece of the brand essentially, you know, contort itself into something else? Exclusives are gone, hardware's been deprioritized, and then your next console is going to be like a Windows machine for your living room. You know what I mean? It's for Eugenes of the Xbox world, willing to spend but no desire for a PC. All four of them will be happy. I just see a handful of snags for the device. One of the snags is, if it's primarily Windows, are they going to be like, well, it's not really an Xbox? Or are they going to be like, no, it's awesome, it's better? The other question is, if the main draw is those who want backwards compatibility, have they moved on? Like, have they decided to be like, well, yeah, I've moved to PC or I've moved to PlayStation? Like, I feel like they've lost a lot of their loyalists this gen. And if that's the main draw, then it's not going to... I wouldn't think it would appeal to PC guys either. If it's like, well, the main draw is that it's basically a PC, but the main draw is the backwards compatibility. Well, is a PC guy going to care about that? I just don't know. The more I hear about it, the more I move away. I'll get a Steam machine for the living room. I don't see Microsoft getting the OS to a good place. They never support anything long enough, says Hilly over there on Purple. Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. I look at it and think to myself, I don't know, man. This seems like it's a bit of a mismatch for the market right now. I don't necessarily know if we're going to see a ton of people clamoring to getting this. I just don't. Is backwards compatibility a short-term issue? In what way is it a short-term issue? I'm not sure what you mean. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet on YouTube, take a quick second and do that. If you've been lurking, listening, and enjoying the show, that does help me out. It supports me. And always check the $ at the bottom of the chat. You might have a subscription. I'm sorry, you might have a membership to renew. In the current PC market, PC console is looking like a better alternative to the rising cost of PC building. Maybe. We don't know where the price is going to land on this, Tommy. Aren't games PCs basically already back compat? No. You can't have a gaming PC right now booting up playing 360 games back compat, Xbox One games back compat. I can do that with my Series X. I can't do that with my PC. Now they're talking about making that like an all, like that's supposed to be coming. There's supposed to be this era of time where you're going to open up some kind of an Xbox application and everything's going to be there. Like everything. I was playing Fable 1 on my PC the other day. I'm not saying every game. There are specific games, yes, but like right now, I can't do that. I can't open up the Xbox application on my computer and boot up all my 360 games that I own. My library's not there. You can, but with emulation. Yeah, we're not. That's not what we're talking about. This always happens with Nintendo, and now it happened with Xbox. You don't get to invoke emulation or piracy. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the average consumer is like, I can turn on my Xbox and my 360 games are there. My Xbox One games are there. They can't do that on a PC. They can't. So, like, yeah, they could go and watch your videos, your guides, and figure out how to do all that, but the average consumer has no idea or has no interest in doing that. Either way, buying a new device to play pre-2016 legacy titles is a stretch. I think that's a fair-made point, Sirio. I think it's a fair-made point. Like, how many people are really going to be dying to be like, you know what, I really need a device so I can play all those old games? Like, I don't disagree with Phil Spencer that library continuity is important. I don't think that he's wrong there. I don't. I don't think that he's wrong. But I wonder if the amount of people in the market that are really, really concerned about games from 360 era, games from Xbox One era, does every year that time passes, does that group of people, does their concern lower? And, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I think that's a fair question to ask. Like, take me, for example. I have a pretty big Xbox 360 library. I have a pretty big Xbox One library. I can go play them all right now on my Series X. I don't think I've done that almost this entire gen more than maybe once. 6 years into the gen, I'm not really doing it. It became less important every year. It was like, yeah, cool. That's neat. Like when I first turned the device on, it was cool. But then it just sort of drifts. And it's like, yeah, it's nice to have my library there. It's a cool... But if I'm not engaging with it, does it slowly become less and less importance to me? I would imagine there's a lot of consumers that feel that way. Every year that passes, there's people who are like, yeah, I don't really care. I don't really play those games, you know? I don't. That's not a compelling reason for me to buy an expensive device. Like if the Project Magnus is, let's just say it's $1,000. If it's $1,000, if that's one of the main selling points, that's a pretty big price tag for if that's one of the main selling points of somebody being like, yeah, I don't really mess with my old games anymore. If you want to play a 360 game that's not backwards compat, I'll just hook up a 360. Well, the average person's not in a situation to hook up a 360 that still works. It's a marketing strat, like putting 8K on the box. It has utility, but isn't essential to the majority of the casual consumers. I don't think you're necessarily wrong, OD, that it's more about like a utility. It's more about the optics. I think you're correct. I don't think it lands on people quite as strong. With every year that passes, I think more and more people have just accepted that, yeah, I don't really. And Winged Wheel comes in with a gifted member and gets us to 207. Friday night is in doubt at this point, and if you guys can secure it, I'll hang out with you. If you can get the 500 goal, Madam will show up, and we'll make her play. We will make her play that game. What's it called? Promise Mascot Agency. We can make Madam play a really goofy game tonight. So take a second and renew your membership, gift a membership, use your Prime. All those things add up really quickly. Is anyone having issues logging into their PlayStation account right now? I keep getting errors. Anybody else having an issue with that? Somebody in chat's having an issue with that. What if Project Magnus just got shot in the face by RAM prices? I mean, if there's one thing that we could say about Microsoft, they are very willing to kill things. Like, they won't hesitate to take something to the woodshed and tell it to look at the pretty flowers. I mean, they will not hesitate to do that. They'll be like, yeah, kill it. It's not worth it now. It's too expensive. Including baby seals. I don't know about baby seals, but, getting a lot of people looking now for GTA 6, seemingly kind of switching where we're landing on the platform. If you're looking for GTA 6 information, I ran through that at the beginning of the stream. Feel free to ask a question in chat. I'll give you the lowdown on what's going on. I don't want to keep retreading the topic, though, for the folks that have been here for over 2 hours now. I don't see why RAM would kill it instead of bumping the price. Well, think of it this way, Zubair. They're not going to be making the mass production levels here for this won't be nearly as high as their previous console efforts. I would imagine that would really affect their ability to buy RAM at a scale that's even reasonable, which would compound the existing problem. If RAM prices are going up and you're not buying you can't agree to a contract of bulk purchase like you did in the past, I would imagine that's going to be a bit of an issue. Like that to me is going to compound the issue. If I buy nuts and bolts from a supplier every year, I buy 1 million, and the price of nuts and bolts are going up, and I come back and I'm like, my new project, I need half of that. My price is going to go up to a degree where Microsoft might be like, no, we're not interested in this anymore. This is too expensive. It would be cheaper because they are buying 5 million of anything they buy. The question would be, are they going to buy to the same degree that they always have? I don't think they're going to make Project Magnus to the scale that they made Xbox One or Series X's or Series S's. I don't think so. I mean, I could be wrong, but with the way hardware has trended for them, I can't see them scoping out a production scale of, yeah, we're gonna basically match what we've done in the past. I don't know. It does not seem like that is the case. I think this is going to be another additive access point. As I spoke with Ginger about this yesterday, I don't feel like they're really entering the hardware fight. I feel like what they're doing is they're saying we want access points. We want as many access points to our ecosystem as possible. And I think Magnus is one more access point. The idea is they're trying to cut costs on hardware. How much does the number change this idea for them? It doesn't need to be to the same degree. You buy 100 of something, you get the discount. You buy 100 million, it's a better discount. But you get economies of scale. That's what I'm saying. If they can't go, if they're not purchasing to the same scale that they used to, that's compounded by the rising RAM costs, I would imagine. The price of RAM is annoying to Microsoft. F them. They are part of the problem. They certainly aren't buying 10 million of them. They'd be terrified they wouldn't be able to move them after this gen. That's how I'm looking at it. I'm like, listen, if you are not confident in the scale of demand for this thing and you're going to noticeably buy less than you have in the past, your per unit cost is likely going to go up. I think really, really motivating you to say, yeah, we're not doing this. I don't think somebody who might buy a $1,200 box isn't going to buy it at $13. Well, that gets right back to the issue that I was bringing up earlier of like, who is this for? If you're making this for somebody who is, in PC land currently, okay, I think their interest is questionable, minimal, not high. Most homies in PC land are not looking at this thing as a solution for them. Maybe. Steam Machine is going to beat them to the market. That's going to be a bit of a problem. A lot of your PC guys are going to be like, hey, Steam Machine's a nice little thing, man. I'll put that in my living room and I'll play Vampire Survivors on it. You look at Project Magnus and the price point that we're talking about, the PC guys I think are going to, they'll be the quickest to turn their nose up to it. So then you got to look at the console guys. And I don't know. There was an awful lot of hemming and hawing about, we don't grow the market with an $1,000 console, says Phil Spencer. Takes a little shot at the PS5 Pro. And then you're going to come to the market with a $1,000 console PC hybrid. You've also been appealing to people on value and Game Pass and, the best value in gaming. You go from best value in gaming to the most expensive console ever. I don't know. That feels like you're going to shoot demand in the leg. Well, the new Xbox could compete with the Walmart and Best Buy pre-builds. I mean, maybe, but is that really a big market that they feel like they want to cut into? Neems comes in with 26 months in a Prime over there on Purple. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How do you know what PC guys like? Well, I know this might be hard to believe, but I talk to them. A lot of them hang out here. There are guys here with really expensive rigs, and they're super big enthusiasts. And a lot of PC guys make content and make videos. A lot of PC guys were pearl clutching and wetting the bed over a $700 PS5 Pro. You can look at the hardware data on Steam and see that the vast majority of people with gaming rigs, data reported to Steam, they're on rigs that are weaker than the consoles in the market right now. So does that sound like a user base that's going to be like jumping at the chance to drop $1,000 or more on a console PC hybrid? I don't know. Most PS5 guys have gaming PCs. Yeah, I mean, I've got two nice rigs sitting here in the room with me, like a 40 series card and a 50 series card. I mean, and I don't use them to the degree that some of the PC guys here use them, but like, I don't know. Who's it for is the question. Who's it for? I mean, you got console loyalists that spend an entire generation defending the Series S and mocking the PS5 Pro. You got PC Master Race guys that couldn't believe the PS5 Pro was $700. We going to turn around and you're going to sell them a $1,000 console PC hybrid? Like, good luck. I don't even like to buy games. Now you want me to spend $1,000 on a console hybrid? Steam Machine beats 70% of the hardware on Steam. Yeah, the Steam Machine, I think, is going to have a better shot at good sales and saturation because it's going to appeal to a pretty big market. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? If the Steam machine is stronger than a good portion of the hardware that's already out there in the market in PC land, I think the Steam machine's biggest hang-up is going to be price. I think that'll be its biggest potential hang-up. Debate is feisty between console and master race, always has been. 70% of Steam players have a weaker PC than a PS5. Well, and I think those hardware trends have always been interesting to me because it's like, to me, it's like, I don't know. To me, that means people don't really prioritize spending a ton of money on the best performance ever. They just want something that's going to get the job done. I think that's where Steam Machine's going to land in an interesting spot because it'll be designed to get the job done. Thank you, Brett, for gifting a member up to 209. Thank you so much. Like, if you're looking at the market right now and you won't buy a pre-built to put you at a stronger threshold of performance, you won't drop $2,000 on a pre-built. You know, you're hanging out on a gaming laptop. You're hanging out on a more mid-level rig, according to the Steam hardware reports. Are you going to be compelled by a Steam machine that is stronger than what you got? But if it's priced at $800 to $1,000, I don't know. I'm curious to see what a lot of those people are going to say. Are they going to say that's an absolute bargain? I need that. That's cheaper than a pre-built. I think that's ultimately where they're going to try to have to land with the Steam machine. If you're trying to appeal to existing PC users who don't have a particularly strong PC, if they don't have a particularly strong rig, you want to basically land cheaper than a pre-built. If you land in the same hemisphere as a pre-built, they're going to be like, I don't know, I'm already set up with a pretty decent PC. If I feel like replacing it, I'll just buy a pre-built for about the same amount of money. The Steam machine's not going to be a powerhouse of performance. It's going to be weaker than a base PS5. Big time Killa with 12 months over there on Twitch. Thank you very much. You'd love it to be 700. I don't think it will be. 7,800 I think would be compelling, Hilly, because that would be right at the very, very bottom of the pre-built shelf. You can find some pre-builts for around 800, 850. It's hard to find a pre-built for lower than 800. It's not easy. They're out there, but a lot of the times you're going to be, you're really going to be scraping the bottom. Like, you're not going to be buying something that's all that performant. So if it can land, why do you call it a rig? You've never heard anybody call it a rig, like a gaming rig? 800 is way too much. I'm not saying that 800 is the right price. I'm just saying how people would potentially respond to it. If you can land below pre-builts, you know what I mean? 800 pounds or dollars. $800, but that's a lot. Yeah, Paul, if I'm saying 800, I would imagine you know that I'm speaking in the realm of US dollars. I don't randomly, I don't randomly start talking in other currencies. Was it Hilly, though? Oh, you're thinking about Hilly. I was wondering why you suddenly asked about pounds. I was like, huh? Yeah, Reforged Gaming is a closet Brit. That's right. I thought you were going to stream on Twitch. This gets really confusing. We tried it for 1 week, and we discovered that the problem wasn't streaming on Twitch, Devil Inside. The problem was doing members content. So the decision we made was no more members content on YouTube until they fix it, and we went back to streaming on Twitch, and it had an immediate improvement. We're seeing what we want to see. So he may code switch. He ain't currency switching. This is there's a greater likelihood of me code switching than currency switching. 7,800 for the Steam machine feels high, but the new Xbox is definitely going to be over $1,000. Lono is American. He doesn't believe other countries exist or matter. That's not true. That's not true. Okay, that's better. Can the Steam machine come in at 500 base model with a controller and Half-Life 3 included? I don't know. Linus Tech Tips asked about being around console pricing and he did not get a very good response. They seem to dislike that as an idea. They don't seem to think that that's the call. So 500's too low. I think 500 would be really competitive and really compelling, but they don't. It doesn't sound like they want to do it. Yeah, I mean, including a controller and Half-Life 3 is, you're really asking for a lot there. I don't think you're getting that wish. Hang on one second. I'm trying to delete. What the heck is going on here? Steam got these parts cheap. The parts feel like they were AMD overstock sitting in a warehouse. They might have gotten it super cheap. We just don't know. Well, and that was another question I had. Like, are they going to be in a position to make these at scale? Because the big question is, are people going to be buying these? Are people going to be, price comparing these to consoles? Because if they're not going to price themselves in the hemisphere of a console, are they putting themselves in a scenario where, like, nobody really knows how to classify it? It's not a pre-built. It's not a console. It's not priced like a console. It's not priced like a pre-built. It's weaker than the consoles. It's weaker than the pre-builts. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I just think it's going to land in a weird spot. Like, it's going to be great for your AA's and your indie games in your living room, but I don't think it's going to be like your main gaming device if you're wanting to have like high performing games, path tracing, things like this. It's just that's not what it's going to be designed for, which I think is fine. As they said, it's stronger than most of what people are using right now anyway. Oh, hang on. That's what I saw flashing. You think it's going to be over 1,000? I don't know. I think the pricing on Steam decks was fantastic, but are they losing money on them? Yeah, I actually don't know. You won't be able to get it at the stores. It'll probably just be through the website. What are you talking about? Are you talking about the Xbox Magnus or the Steam machine? If you guys are looking for information about GTA 6, we were first getting a ton of people coming in looking for information about arcraiders, cheaters, and now we're getting people coming in looking for information about GTA 6. The long and short of it is, Jason Schreier basically said that the game is not content complete and that there is a possibility of it delaying. He's now saying that his main point was that he feels like it's going to make it. It's actually going to be on time. I didn't get that vibe from his comments at all, but he seems to think that people are misinterpreting what he said. He did say, though, that it's not content complete. So the experience at 1080 with a 3060 is miles ahead of the Steam machine at 4K. Oh, yeah, I don't think the Steam machine is going to be in stores either. I don't think that's the goal. I think you'll buy them directly from Valve, at least initially. I don't know. If demand exceeds expectations, they might start trying to push into retailers, but I don't know. The price on Steam machine is going to drive how well it does. If it's below 600, it sells like crazy. If it gets above 800, it's going to slow down. Go back one comment. That was part 2. You missed my comment. It's stronger than the average PC, but the average PC player is playing it at 1080, not 4K. The experience of 1080 with a 3060 is miles ahead of the Steam machine at 4K. So are you saying that as long as these people boot it up and use it how they've been kind of using their current rig, they'll be okay? I'm not sure if I'm understanding. 1K is not a machine for the people. 500 is. Where does Steam want to be in the market? Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I don't know what their goal is for this thing. They, when Linus asks them, is it going to be priced in a similar hemisphere of, price in the same hemisphere of like a console, and they respond like really kind of negatively to that. They not negative, but like they're just kind of like, yeah, no, we're not doing that. Almost that again to me is like, well, they might have very different aspirations for this thing. I don't know. They might be literally targeting their existing audience and saying, hey, this is like, if they look at their existing audience, they could be saying the following. They could be saying, listen, if you're at a really, really high-end level rig and you're a hobbyist, you're an enthusiast, whatever, this is a great device for your living room, so you can play Vampire Survivors in your living room. You can play, these smaller indie titles. You can play Peak in your living room. Just fine. Just fine. If you want to play, Cyberpunk, you want path tracing, ray tracing, you want high res, you're going to go on your high-level rig. Now, to everybody else, it's at like a mid-level rig and down. The selling point is, this is a super simplified device. You're not going to be upgrading this. You're not going to be pulling parts out and upgrading the GPU. All right? You're going to buy this thing. You're going to plug it into your TV. And that's it. And it's going to run games in the hemisphere of what you're accustomed to. I mean, that could be how they're looking at it. Their existing user base is going to look at it and potentially find it compelling for those reasons. If you buy a Steam machine for your 4K TV in your living room, your experience could be significantly worse than existing setup with a 1080p monitor. Don't they do two versions, though? I don't think it's... Is it more memory? I thought it was a bigger hard drive. Upgrading would be better. Are you going to do a segment in the near future about the Sony AI gameplay proposition? I don't have much to say. Over the years, all sorts of patents have popped up, and that one doesn't sound that crazy to me. That if you want to run something that's going to like play the game for you, maybe you're trying to record footage, maybe you're severely motor function impaired, and you want to kind of sit in your living room and experience what it would be like to play a game, maybe more vicariously than organically. I could see people, finding that, appealing. I don't really have a strong opinion on it. It doesn't sound that interesting to me. Like, I don't think I would use that. Like, I don't mind turning difficulty in a game down. I don't mind doing that. I like turning difficulty in a game down. Like, if I'm not trying to sweat and I'm just trying to have a relaxing time. I don't know if I would use anything that's going to play the game for me. Unless I'm just trying to get footage. If I want to like set up a recording thing and I want to walk away for 10 minutes and come back and just have 10 minutes of raw gameplay, I could see creators liking that. Oh, hey, I need some footage of arcraiders. Let me drop myself in a game and let the AI play for 10 minutes. I don't know. Difficult games are fun. That's subjective to you. There are people that hate difficult games. I'm kind of in the middle. Sometimes I'm in the mood for a challenging and difficult game, and sometimes I'm not. Isn't watching the AI play basically like watching a Let's Play? Yeah, I don't know, Zoo. But again, it's just a patent. We may never see it. They've patented all kinds of things over the years, and then it never sees the light of day. There was patents in the past about like matchmaking. There were patents about like difficulty sliders, like on the fly difficulty sliders or something. A game adapting to you. I forget what the one was. They're just patents. I don't think they're that interesting to talk about. We have no idea if anything ever comes of it. Like, there was another one too. I forget. There was one that Xbox patented or was going to patent or trying to. There was one that Nintendo tried to do. I don't really cover that because I think it's boring. It's like it literally could lead to nowhere. I mean, the news cycle's slow when people are running articles on patents. Now, the one that Nintendo did was like clearly anti-competitive. which I assume it was for QA testing. That literally could be why they're patenting it. I don't know. They want to use it internally to test their own games, maybe. I'm not sure. Maybe it's easier for somebody to like take notes on potential bugs and performance issues. Like they just kind of sit and watch somebody, watch the AI play. Like that could certainly be one of its functions. The Steam machine is not for playing 4K. It doesn't even have FSR4. Yeah. If you guys haven't hit the like button yet, try to get us to 300 likes. We're actually really, really close to 300 likes, and we appreciate you guys so much supporting what we do. And let me see if I had anything else today. I had some stuff I was considering reacting to. Eurogamer had a video. Why do players hate arcraiders PvP? We asked a social behavior expert. That's interesting. We showed the game. I want to make sure I went through everything I said I was going to go through. We showed the game for the wish list and the radar. We reacted to the guys talking about the cheating. We did the GTA 6 segment. We did the Xbox segment. Yeah. Yeah, we pretty much done our stuff. Q&A with the members. That's always going. You can submit questions anytime as a member. Where do you get your news from? Do you just check Insider Gaming first? Do you follow anyone who posts the news in particular? I just typically open up Twitter and scroll, and then I'll check Insider Gaming. I'll check VGC. I'll check IGN. Yeah. I usually just kind of scroll through just to see, has anything dropped? Has anything developed? That's pretty much what I do. CES. I don't really have any interest in covering CES. We don't cover stuff like that. What's the new news? About what? Is GTA delayed to 2027? No, not currently. Jason Schreier of Bloomberg kind of stoked the fires about GTA 6 by saying that it's not content complete and that he doesn't think it's going to get delayed, but he's like, it obviously still could. And a 5 bomb comes in from Siege Master. He puts us exactly 10 members away from the next milestone. When that hits 225, I owe you guys a member. We have lowered the goal to unlock Friday night to 250. It's just that you got to hit 500 for Madam to be there. And we are nearing the first goal. We are nearing the first goal. We do have a new trailer here for Mario Tennis Fever. This is coming out on February the 2nd. My issue with a game like this is I'll play it for like an afternoon with my kids or my wife, and then I'm usually good. Like that's about it. This will probably be a skip for me. I don't really have an interest in this one. Since we are getting more Fable information very soon, do you think they will also mention it will come to PlayStation? If Fable is still slated to release this year, like it seems like it is, if they're going to do a deep dive at the Developer Direct, I would say that they're still slated and aimed at releasing this year. If that's the case, I would imagine they're going to include PlayStation in the trailer. I don't know if they're going to speak to it. Like, I don't know if they're going to be like saying it directly about like where it's going to land and why and how. It'll I would imagine it'll just be if they have a release. Let's say they have a release date trailer for Fable. I think it would just be on the end card. Like the PlayStation logo would just be on the end card. Like I don't know if they want to draw a bunch of attention to that anymore. Like it just isn't necessarily worth it. Like they have made it very clear that their games are going everywhere now. Right? They've made that clear. It's not really a point of contention or debate anymore. That's just what's happening. And given that reality, I would say that there's no reason for them to beat around the bush. There's no reason for them to be coy or whatever. Just have it in the trailer so people know. You know? I feel like Fable's going to massively disappoint. Why do you feel that way? Maybe that's why it was delayed. You believe they'll announce it for PlayStation? I think it'll just be on the end card of the trailer. I don't necessarily think they're going to speak to it. Yo, it's good, Struzy. Yeah, I don't. They announced Halo and Gears, so why not Fable? Have they announced Gears coming to PS5? When did they do that? I don't think that they did. They announced Halo Campaign Evolved coming to PlayStation. Homie was wearing a PlayStation t-shirt. But I don't think they've announced Gears. I think the speculation is that Gears of War E-Day is coming to PlayStation, but I don't think it's been specifically announced coming to PlayStation. Any games in particular to look out for on the showcase tonight you've had your eye on? Yeah. Oh, he might have meant Gears Reloaded. You're right, Zinthos. Maybe he meant Gears Reloaded. Sorry. I was thinking of Gears of War E-Day. I think the presumption is that Gears of War E-Day is going to PlayStation. I think the presumption is that they would also be putting Fable and E-Day and I mean basically everything. Again, I think that conversation's just it to me it's just kind of over. It's like, yeah, they're putting everything over there. They're not holding back. There's just no reason to. Perfect Image submitted a question. Would it be possible that Microsoft is trying to beat Steam OS? Or Baz, I just thinking out loud. Well, I do think Steam OS is part of the motivation behind the Steam machine. I think that's part of the motivation behind it. I think they're wanting their OS to be, in front of more people and saturate the market more. And, Microsoft with Windows is, potentially feeling that and thinking that, we need something in the market. I also think they're feeling the fact that they need their operating system to not be so bloated and heavy and disliked. What's good? Rulakir, how are you? Don't quote me, though. Oh, did you answer me why you think Fable's not going to do well? Oh, the lack of gameplay. You think Fable's not going to be good because of the lack of gameplay. Well, here's the thing. In 14 days, you're going to get an extended look at the game, so we'll be able to judge it then. You know what I mean? I'm very late to the live, but what are your thoughts on GTA 6? Will the base PS5 beat the Series X, considering PlayStation have had a history of collaborating with Rockstar when it comes to marketing? Well, according to Jason Schreier, PlayStation's going to be the main focus and the main platform. And not only that, he's saying, it's basically going to be like a PlayStation exclusive, and that there is going to be a lot of, seemingly, a lot of movement for the calendar itself. So it sounds to me like, from what Schreier is saying, there is some kind of a deal of sorts between the two between PlayStation and Rockstar. There is some kind of a deal going on, something. Now, it's been long speculated that, there was some sort of a marketing contract with PlayStation and Rockstar. That has yet to really come to fruition, but perhaps PlayStation's waiting until they know that date's locked in, because PlayStation's going to sell a bunch of consoles because of that game. There's 40-something million people still hanging out on PS4 playing Call of Duty Warzone. So if they can get those monthly active users and those consumers to finally jump over to the PS5, the GTA 6 is going to be a huge, huge part of that. The question now is what's the release timing? Because Jason Schreier said, listen, PlayStation's going to avoid GTA 6 on the calendar. They're going to navigate around it, okay? Well, if they're going to navigate around it, then he speculated that Wolverine would release in like September or October. And I agree with him. Because Wolverine, if you look, Insomniac Games for Wolverine, all they've ever said is fall. They doubled down on fall. Well, November is like at the tail end. Like when does the fall season end? Okay? It ends November 30th. Okay? So yeah, November's included. But Schreier's like, they're going to shoot for September or October, which is what I've maintained for a very long time. There's no reason to sentence Wolverine to such a precarious position. There's just no reason to do that. Like, GTA 6 is going to be such an attention hog in the news cycle, in the streaming cycle, in the YouTube cycle. There's no reason to slam Wolverine right next to it. GTA 6 has to be the catalyst for people to finally switch, because COD can't afford to dump old gen at this point. Sure. So yeah, I agree. I think Wolvie's September or early October. I think they're going to want to give GTA 6 a wide berth. Because all of November is included in fall, but like, when does the fall season start? September the 1st. So like, all of September and October are fair game. And if you're in a marketing discussion, negotiation, deal, whatever, like if GTA 6 and PlayStation are having some kind of a marketing conversation, you're out of your head if you think PlayStation's like, yeah, we don't care where GTA 6 lands. Yeah, we'll put Wolverine right next to it. There's no freaking way they're going to have that posture. There's no way. Xbox only had marketing rights for GTA 4. I open YouTube and it's just Lono smiling at me. You guys seem to like the new thumbnails, and I appreciate it. I appreciate the strong turnout. I appreciate all the likes. We're 15 likes away from 300. Another really big day for both platforms. We're working on a goal. We want to hit 250 to unlock Friday night. You guys are looking like you're going to give Madam Friday night off, which is totally fine. But that is the two goals now every week: 250 and 500. And renewals and upgrades count, so consider doing that. Wolverine September 22nd is your prediction. Okay, hang on a second. So September 22nd is a Tuesday. Yeah, that's not a bad one. If I look at dates in September that are good for, 15th would be good, right smack dab in the middle, Have you any plans regarding content in regards to GTA 6 live stream gameplay review? I'll definitely live stream it and play it. Yeah, I'll definitely live stream and play it. Listen, I got flack from some of you guys. Some of you guys were in the comments and when we were doing like the GTA 6 waiting rooms, because like I'm not a big GTA guy. We cover gaming news. It's the biggest game this of the decade, right? Like we're gonna cover it, even if I don't put a ton of time into the game. Like if it doesn't appeal to me, if I don't end up liking it, you know, I may end up loving it. I don't know. I'm just being a little apprehensive. I strive to find a woman that looks at me the way Lono's thumbnail looks at me. Surely that can't be a smart strategy, having GTA 6 so heavily targeted to PlayStation. Why? I'm not sure why. Obviously, GTA 5 was console exclusive for a year plus, but PC gaming has grown exponentially. Oh, well, I mean, I'm not sure if you're responding to somebody in chat. I didn't see what they said, but I have said for a very long time. There was an interview with Strauss Zelnick. He seemed to be hinting at the fact that GTA 6 will be coming to PC faster. Yes. It'll be coming to PC faster this time. I don't think it's going to be as slow. I think they see massive potential for the game on PC. They're happy to stagger the release. They get more sales that way. It does enable them to focus on the console build. I think that's going to be the structure this time, is that they bring it to PC a little quicker this time. So that's just the vibe I got. He did an interview where he said things about PC, and it sounded like he was heavily hinting that, like, yeah, we're targeting a PC release. It matters to them. They're well aware of growth and sales and potential audience on PC. They're well aware. Based off of Schreier's info, will Xbox Series X perform worse than the base PS5? Will marketing between PlayStation and Rockstar somewhat mute down Xbox's performance? I'm not sure. I want to understand your question before I answer it. When you're saying, will it perform worse, do you mean graphical performance or sales performance? Which are you referring to? I mean, I can answer both. It's not going to even come close to the number of sales. Like, the number of sales for GTA 6 on PlayStation is going to absolutely dwarf the sales on Xbox. Now, you want to talk about performance. I would imagine base PS5 and Series X are going to be very similar. I don't think you would see a huge difference. I don't think there's been a game that's come out where there's been a marked difference between the two boxes. They're very, very close in performance power. Now, I could see a world where Rockstar has the game better optimized for PlayStation. It's a bigger user base. They need those users to be happy. They need those users to feel like they're getting, 60 FPS or good performance. So I could see optimization definitely leaning in PlayStation's favor. I could also see a lot of work done for the PS5 Pro, given they want this game to look awesome. They want this game to look impressive, and the strongest console is certainly going to help them with that. How much work are they going to do for the Series S, the weakest console in the market? I don't know. I think that's a pretty big question, though. If you know you're going to make most of your money from PlayStation, if you know most of your user base is going to be on PlayStation, and then subsequently after that, you're going to have a pretty enormous player base on PC as well, how much time do you want to spend on Series S? 8 gig of usable memory for a game like GTA 6. You guys will remember there was a conversation about GTA 6 and 60 FPS that made the rounds because Richard Ledbetter from Digital Foundry basically said, listen, these games are commonly very heavily CPU intensive. The difference between base PS5 and the Pro CPU is virtually non-existent. If the game is 30 FPS on the base PS5, it'll likely be 30 FPS on the PS5 Pro. Okay. Fair Fair observation. I don't agree with Richard Ledbetter. I think he's a sharp guy, and I trust his expertise. But I think the idea that they've had no breakthroughs with their engine, or they wouldn't reallocate things, or make sure that 60 FPS was a priority, I think that's a pretty significant presumption given how long it's been since one of their games has come out. They've also spent an awful lot of time making sure their games are running at higher performance and higher fidelity. Red Dead 1, GTA 5, there's a rumored Red Dead 2 update coming. So, I wasn't compelled by that. But if you take his argumentation, his logic, which the people that don't like PlayStation were thrilled to point this out, I think they should really consider the even bigger bottleneck in the room, which is 8 gig of usable memory on the Series S. You want to talk about how big these games are, how crazy these games are, how ambitious they are with performance, size of the world, responsiveness of NPCs, and you got 8 gig of usable RAM? I don't know what to tell you. That seems like a pretty significant bottleneck to me. A bottleneck that developers talked about years ago. Years ago. When the Series S stats were revealed, I mean, the guys from id Software were some of the first. They were some of the first to be like, yeah, that's going to be a problem. That's going to be a problem. Well, a bottleneck as a problem grows in its severity with the size of the game. Like, there's a direct relationship between, like, the severity of the bottleneck grows in conjunction with the size of the game. If you got some crazy, big, ambitious game, any bottleneck is going to become more severe as the game grows. So, what's happened with the Series S should be studied. I think it should be studied. Because, number one, as a strategy, it's one of the most interesting things I think I've ever seen a company do. They hamstrung their entire generation. They overpromised. They lied. They literally did. I mean, they did. They privated their own marketing video about the Series S. And now, if you try to talk about it, if you try to be critical about it, people roll their eyes as if they're exhausted and fatigued with the Series S hate and blame the Series S became a meme. And it's like, the whole thing should be studied. It should be studied. Just run the Series S version at 240 internal, upscale to 2160 easy. Like, I've never seen a company get away with such an egregious example of selling a bill of goods to the customer and misleading the customer, and the customer just going along with it. It is remarkable. It should be studied. It really, really should. Like, and the fact that it's been shrugged off and, like, it's become like, if you bring it up, if you talk about it, you're criticized for bringing it up and talking about it, as if people are sick about hearing about the Series S. And it's like, what on earth has happened here? This is the strangest turn of events I think I've ever seen. You know, let's take video games as an example. Let's take video games. A video game comes out, promises to be awesome, excellent, great, and then it has a bunch of performance problems. What do people do? They get angry, they criticize, they call the devs lazy. If it's on Steam, they're going to get refunds. But for some reason, the loyalty to that brand was so deep, down to the bone marrow, there was like such an absence of accountability with the Series S. Just zero accountability. And people act as if like you're in the wrong for bringing it up. It's like they're like, here we go again with the Series S hate, and it's like, what are you talking about? This thing was the epitome of overpromise and underdeliver. It is the example that you would go to. If you want to go to games as an example of like overpromise, underdeliver, you go to Cyberpunk. If you want an example of hardware that overpromised and underdelivered, you go to the Series S. And the fact that it becomes like, this is something interesting that I've noticed. Well, pre-roll's on? Why is pre-roll on? Oh, I think I turned off. Hang on. I need to turn that back on. I forgot that I turned that off. We've had pre-roll ads running for a ridiculous amount. This is what's recommended now? Whatever. There we go. I don't know if it's going to do it since I'm already live. I forgot I did that. You guys shouldn't be getting pre-rolls over there, and I forgot I turned that off. Cyberpunk, not Starfield? No, Starfield doesn't compare to what Cyberpunk shipped. No. They're not even in the same ballpark. No. No. Cyberpunk shipped in such an abysmal, such a broken state. Starfield didn't get anybody sued by their shareholders. Starfield didn't get pulled from a storefront. Starfield didn't lead to like unprecedented refunds on consoles. Cyberpunk did that. Cyberpunk is they are right there at the top of the list of overpromise, underdeliver. That game was in a joke, just a disastrous state when it launched. But then it got better. We're not talking about that. We're talking about overpromise, underdeliver. They completely sold people a bill of goods. Starfield was pretty broken. The chasm between Cyberpunk and Starfield of like which one was broken more, brothers, it's not a competition. Cyberpunk takes the cake. It does. Now, Cyberpunk is in a remarkably better state than it ever was. Like a remarkably better state. But Starfield was playable day one, minimal bugs, minimal problems. 30 FPS was a huge glaring flaw. Loading screens was a pretty huge glaring flaw. But y'all need to go back. Y'all need to go back and watch the footage of Cyberpunk back then. Holy mackerel. That was bad. It was bad, boys. PlayStation pulled it from the store, brothers. Starfield was broken. Starfield was broken like Bethesda broken. Cyberpunk was broken like a car without wheels. You know what I mean? What am I going to do with a caravan for without any wheels? Like, it didn't have wheels. Minimal people were missing half of planets. What are you talking about? What do you mean missing half of planets? I played Starfield when it came out. I didn't run into anything that significant. I played Starfield at launch for many hours. I started to have fun with it. I started to turn the corner with it, and then I played Phantom Liberty, and I was like, I can't go back. I don't remember encountering anything as glaring as what I saw in Cyberpunk. Like, I don't remember encountering anything that severe in Starfield. It was more like, yeah, this is kind of Bethesda busted. This is a little janky. I think y'all are misremembering how bad Starfield's issues were. How could I misremember? I played it. I played it on my Xbox and PC. I didn't have anything that was that severe. I didn't. I had some jankiness and some performance hitches. Starfield was broken. Cyberpunk was a disaster. "50 drunk guys in a bar would agree Cyberpunk was broken. I don't think the 50 drunk guys in a bar would say Starfield was broken. Just because you didn't experience it doesn't mean others didn't." Right, but that's what I'm saying. We're demonstrating how big of a difference it was. Cyberpunk was so embarrassingly bad. I mean, it was bad. Like, I mean, homies. What are we talking about? Like, that was the point I was making, is you talk about overpromise and underdeliver. Like, that's why I think that the Xbox Series S should be studied. It should be studied. defended tooth and nail, rampant denial about how weak it is, about how games are coming late because of it, features are going to be missing because of it, just rampant denial and dishonesty about it. When it becomes undeniable that it's a problem, you vilify anybody that talks about it. Like, the defense force for Xbox and the Series S has got to be one of the craziest things I've ever seen. I've encountered defense force for video games. You start criticizing a video game and homie, the defense force shows up on your comment section in force. You know what I mean? Don't you dare criticize my favorite game, especially if it's a FromSoft game, brother. They will show up in numbers. But the defense force for Xbox and the Xbox Series S, I think it's got to be one of the most embarrassing displays of not having standards and self-respect I've ever seen. What on earth? Why would you let this company get away with this? Why would you let this company lie to you? It just is remarkable. Why are you talking about me and focusing on me and yelling about, yell at me in my comment section and my Twitter feed saying that I'm hating on Xbox and hating on the Series S? I'm not hating. I'm holding them accountable. Like, what? Why would you not do the same? I don't know. It's weird. It's got to be one of the weirdest things I've ever covered in the 10 years of covering games. And so I said, yeah, Cyberpunk. In the realm of games, like, Starfield is a good example because look at the score. Look at the score. Starfield is, in my estimation, a flop. Now, that's my opinion, but it's a flop if I've ever seen one. Huge promises, huge ambition, and that user score is a disaster. It's a disaster. That's an embarrassment. That's a blemish on the company. Now maybe they're going to have this 2.0 moment. You back? Yes, we tried an experiment of only streaming on YouTube, Snake Eyes. We came to the conclusion that our problems were coming from members' content. So we're back to multi, and the members' content now will be indefinitely on hiatus until YouTube can make a fix. So we do Green Room in the Discord. If you want a bigger explanation, I can get into it with you. You've got to get in the Discord and come to Green Room, later today if you want to know what's going on. Which I don't think there'll be a Green Room today, though, because we're going to be covering New Game Plus. Well, we might do Green Room in between. I don't know if I'm going to stay here in this stream until 3:30. I was actually liking Starfield, but then Phantom Liberty came out and took over. I literally had the exact same experience, Old Dad Gamer. I've got a stream on this channel where I started to turn the corner and I was like, okay, I think I'm kind of enjoying Starfield. And then I played Phantom Liberty and I was like, oh, well, this is a superior product. This absolutely blows Starfield away. Question, how do I get into Green Room? It's very simple. Join our Discord, use the Discord command, get into our Discord, and there is a place that you can go. There's a place that you can go to, sorry, I was getting a DM. Okay, I'll check that later. Okay. The Discord has a stage in it, and that's where you can listen and participate in the Green Room. Starfield could have been an amazing sandbox if they created enough to do. Yo, what's good, Dodevas? 7 months over here on Purple. Hey, Reforged, it's Dodevas. Had to cut back on expenditures this year, so instead of YouTube, I'll be subbing over here with my Prime. Totally fine. You've been so faithful, my man. You would come in, you would renew, and you would gift every month like clockwork, brother. I appreciate it. Always take care of yourself first. You know what I mean? I will be fine. Plenty of folks support me and keep this thing going. You gotta take care of yourself. Snake Eyes jump back in with the Prime. Glad I'm able to support any way that I can. Thank you so much. Bumming us 217. If you guys got a Prime, use it on me over there. If you got a renewal on YouTube, use it. We're trying to hit 250 to unlock Friday night. The Charm Bethesda game was spread too thin in Starfield for sure, but it was far from a crap game. I'm expecting the game to do extremely well on Sony. Here's the thing, Jakob. Here's the thing. I don't necessarily disagree with you. According to me, it's a flop. That's just my opinion. Your opinion can be different. When you hype a game to that degree and you promise to that degree, and you're sitting here with the user score that game has across the board, right? If this is your user score, 57%, this is a flop. I don't have anything else to say. I don't even feel like you have to defend my position. I feel like my position is just obvious and demonstrated here. You got an industry veteran studio promising just some like generation defining games, some console moving games, just unbelievable. And at 57%, that's terrible. So my hope has always been they could have a 2.0 moment, because I think they could. I think they've got the bones of a game that could turn into something very special. Cyberpunk did it. No Man's Sky did it. You know, I feel like Starfield could do it. I do. I agree with Lone and understand the position. It's not saying you're wrong for enjoying the game. He's saying promises were made and not kept. I personally was so hyped for Starfield. Yeah, your enjoyment of the game is never what I have in my sights when we have this conversation. I know there's people here like Lone Wolf and others that they really, really enjoyed Starfield. That's fantastic. That's not in my sights. That's not what I'm concerned with. I'm not. I mean, you go back and you watch some marketing, you watch Mr. Todd Nice Jacket Howard walk out and talk about this dadgum game, and then you go look at that user score, and you tell me with a straight face that game's not a flop, that's not an embarrassment, that's not a blemish on the company. Come on now. I don't know. That seems just readily demonstrated. It's not a crime to enjoy a bad game. I mean, to them, it's not a bad game, though. And a lot of the guys that enjoy it have criticisms. You know, a lot of the guys that enjoy it, they have criticisms of the game for sure. I just haven't used flop in that way. I typically think of sales when it comes to flop. Sure, I think there's different kinds of flop, Lone Wolf. I think there's commercial flop. And then I think there's reception flop. I think there's two types of flops. A commercial flop is when you don't make enough money to justify the game's existence. You don't even break even. That's a commercial flop, okay? A reception flop is when your game just clearly falls flat on its face. It just, wow, that's bad, you know? And then there's a third, flip. See you on the flippity flip. So, you know, I think a really good example of this is actually Cyberpunk, Lone Wolf. Cyberpunk at launch was not a commercial flop. They made a ton of money. Now their share value took a huge hit. But if we just look at the game itself, Cyberpunk was not a commercial flop. It made an insane amount of money. It was very profitable. Wasn't profitable for their share value, but Cyberpunk didn't flop commercially. It flopped from a reception point, though. From the reception in the community and the user score, yeah, Cyberpunk was a flop. That was a disaster. It murdered their share value. They get sued by their shareholders. They had to settle with their shareholders. You know, and credit where credit's due. They pulled their pants up. They put their big boy boots on. They got to work. They fixed that dadgum game. You know? And good for them. Good for them. And good for the people that provided the feedback and hung in there and kept things going. Good for everybody that was involved there. I don't know what sort of level of transformation they could bring to Starfield to give it its 2.0. I don't know. If you guys are hitting that like button, thank you for doing that. We're right there at 300. having another solid day and turnout. I appreciate you being here and supporting us. We're going to be covering the new Game Plus event later today, but I don't think we're going to stream all the way up to the doorstep of that. That would mean that I have to stream for like another 3 hours. So we'll be probably taking a break here in a little while. We'll keep streaming and keep hanging out. Sometimes we play a little game with a timer and extending the stream. Maybe we could do that if you guys want to extend and just drag this out and ask questions. Or if there's things you want me to react to. I don't think I grabbed any videos that I really want to react to today. The ones that I have are, they're just not calling to me. One was from Eurogamer about PvP and arcraiders. I'm not a huge fan of Eurogamer after one of the things they published. And don't necessarily want to promote them. Yesterday we had some reactions that you will see showing up to the platform. I'm sorry, to the channel. So those will be uploaded at some point if you missed them. The initial bugs on launch didn't even bother me. I was so blown away by the world. Blown away by the world of what? Cyberpunk on PC did a lot better. So yeah, Cyberpunk on PC did a lot better. It had like a 70-something%. What did Eurogamer do? We reacted to it a while ago. I got a video on the channel about this. I believe, let me look at the name of it here. Yeah, here we go. The AI problem. Yo, Space Jockey, good to see you. 10 months of memberships. Let me add it to the total, 218. Thank you for the exceptional work you do, Lono. I love that you react to different videos on the web with your usual goal, honesty, and facts. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Space Jockey. Yeah, I reacted to the Eurogamer AI article about arcraiders. Probably one of the most abysmal pieces of games media work I've seen. It's right up there with Rebecca Valentine's garbage hit piece on Black Myth Wukong for IGN. So yeah, I don't really think too highly of Eurogamer anymore. Why doesn't Mario like to use the internet? He's afraid of the browsers. Okay, that's enough. You need to stop. You need to stop that. Stop it. Thank you guys for 300 likes on the video, and thank you for the resubs, I should say. Jakob with 51 months. Been around for a minute, some gifted, some not, but always enjoy the conversations. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. And a 10 gifted bomb comes in from Space Jockey, and he gets us to 228. I owe YouTube a member. That is... You actually were an Agents of Chaos. You got us past 225 with that one. Who said that? Was that on Twitch? That was on YouTube. I don't know what the heck's going on, man. That was a terrible joke. Petrov is spamming the farty bomb emote. We haven't had... I don't think we've had a 20 or a 50 this week. We'll see if it happens. There's the one that I owe you guys. The next milestone is 250. If we hit 250, you guys unlock Friday night. Sir Digital Dude says, you're always rocking 6 shirts. Thank you very much. I appreciate that, Sir Digital Dude. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for being here, man. Conversations have been excellent. The vibes have been excellent. I thought it was Bowser, not Browser. Yeah, it's pretty bad. That's like the... What's the one about what kind of jeans they wear? Denim. That's another one that's terrible. Yeah, Petrov said it. You might have been on Top Chat. Maybe you didn't see it. I don't know. Yeah, Petrov said it. You got to watch out. You got to watch out for these bad jokesters, man. They'll come in and they'll just ruin my day. They'll just ruin everything. Ban yourself. My daughter was telling some pretty terrible ones last night, man. They were bad. They were really bad, dude. Mods lay his soul to rest. That's right. Pack him up. That's right. Pack him up. Get him out of here. All right, let me check the feed, see if we got anything going on today. Going to be a little quiet probably until the New Game Plus event. There's going to be some new gameplay at this event. It is going to be about things that we've already heard about that are already announced, but it is always nice to see new footage from games that are coming out. Let's see here. Looking at the feeds here. Pokemon's first partner illustration collection details have been revealed because they're having their anniversary this year. Okay. I feel like Wolverine should release in August or first week of September to avoid the massive marketing campaign to GTA 6. Jason Schreier spoke to that. It's his opinion based on everything he kind of knows and has seen. Like, PlayStation will be kind of navigating their calendar around GTA 6. And it was his speculation that Wolverine would release in September or October. Which, I mean, that lines up with what a lot of us were saying. I think a lot of us thought the same thing. You know. East00 says the Defense Force for Xbox was 50 times worse last gen and was extreme during 360 with well-known vets. Yeah, I don't have a rap sheet on all those guys, but I wasn't really around then. I mean, I played on my 360 and Xbox One, but I didn't start creating content until Destiny 1. Cyberpunk on Stadia had no bugs. What are you talking about? Space Jockey's going to bump the line by 1 to 229. He might be trying to set up the 230 20 bomb dunker. We'll see. He might be kind of setting the trap to see if anybody's tantalized by it. 250 will unlock Friday, and I'll owe you guys another member. And there it is. There's the setup. We'll see if anybody takes the bait. We've been having some setups recently, but nobody's been taking the bait. Who wants the glory for the 250? You can say that you secured Friday night. We will all call you the man. We will all call you the man. How do we know if it had issues on Stadia? Nobody used Stadia. Come on now. Oh, now we don't need to be mean. That's pretty funny though. What would be the chance of Halo on PS5 being a shadow drop? What do you mean? What are they going to shadow drop, homie? The Campaign Evolved. Doesn't Campaign Evolved have a release date? Oh, and he does it himself. The 20 bomb comes in from Space Jockey. And he unlocks... Wait, that's not right. You unlocked the... Hang on. This should be like this. It's not updating. Hang on 1 second. Oh, and Rissik's going to come in with the 10 bomb. Let me reload it. Wait, why? It's not working. Hang on a second. Yeah, it's not letting me update. It's not letting me update the stretch. All right, I tell you what we might have to do. We might just have to do this. Yeah, I'm just going to have to do that. Sorry. It won't let me update stretch goal 2. It keeps defaulting to 751. I have no idea why it's doing that. So Risic gets us a little bit closer with the 10 bomb. And then a single comes in. Risic's always just throwing around random numbers. He loves to be the agent of chaos. Fixture code? I don't know. It's because we are changing the way that we're using it. It's probably my fault. It just is set. Yeah, I literally hit it. I type in 500 and then... Oh, wait. Hang on. I was in the wrong field. Hang on. Let me fix it. There we go. I fixed it. Okay, I was in the wrong field. I was in stretch goal 2. His code is perfect. Like I said, it was probably my fault. I was typing in the wrong field. Ban Petrov. Why won't Mike Tyson play on a PlayStation? He's an Xboxer. Okay, if you guys want to ban Petrov, I will do it. I will ban him. I will charge you a 50 bomb. You need to get one of the high rollers to come in here and drop a 50 bomb, and we'll ban Petrov for one day. We will ban him for one day. Campaign Evolved release date. Do we have a Campaign Evolved release date? Oh, it's just 2026. That's right. We don't have a release date yet. I couldn't remember if we did or not. Petrov, you've been marked. You've been marked. I put a bounty out on your head, brother. We'll see if anybody's going to do it. I tell you what, you guys hit the goal. You guys hit the goal to unlock Friday. Now we're working on... You got a long ways to go to get Madam. You got to get the 500 to get Madam. Madam is my wife. She will join me on Friday nights. We have her react to gaming news from the week, and we're going to have her play... the Promise Mascot Agency. We'll stream for a little bit more, but I need a break. I need a quick break. So... rally the troops and do what you can to get Petrov banned. I'm doing this thing where I go into streams and I do dad jokes or pickup lines to spread positivity. Can I try one? You go for it, and I'll read it when I get back. I need a quick break, okay? Thanks, everybody. I'll be right back. Okay. Okay, so the joke he put in chat, the really bad, cringy, whatever joke, is I don't trust elevators. I'm taking steps to avoid them. Jason Schreier says it's impossible to overstate how stupid this is. What is that? GTA 6 launch postponed again. What? Jason Schreier says Take-Two's stock is down 4.26% this afternoon because of rumors that GTA 6 will be delayed based on a podcast in which I did not say it would be delayed. Yeah, but none of the headlines said that you said it would be delayed. They said that it might be, which was an easy inference from what you said, my friend. Insomniac with 52 months says, get out. Boom, there it is. 262, thank you so much, sir. You're actually asking what... I don't know what that is. I've never seen that before. It doesn't have a title. Oh, I see it over to the side. Yeah, I don't know what that is, Lone Wolf. Games released, not content complete. It's being taken out of context. Okay. So... what are people supposed to be what are they supposed to infer from... the last I heard, it was still not content complete. People were still finishing things up, still finalizing levels and missions and seeing what is going to make it into the game. Okay, he says that. Then he says, it's really hard to say right now. I don't think anyone at Rockstar can tell you with 100% certainty that they will make it out in November. Okay, so he says that. He says, oh, and then the rest is about the PlayStation exclusive thing. I don't know what people were supposed to infer from his comments. Oh, it's betting lines on things happening and not happening, like sports betting, but with other things. Oh, I've heard of that platform. I didn't know that was its name. I didn't know that's what its name. I don't do anything like that, so. Yeah. You can still release not content complete. Right, but Paul, you said it was taken out of context, right? Like gameplay, for example, no new game plus. Wow, we're really getting into the weeds here. Okay, first and foremost, you said it was taken out of context. It wasn't taken out of context. He was literally speaking to the release possibility and the delay possibility. He invokes the fact that it's not content complete. He says they can't say with 100% certainty they're going to hit the date, okay? He's also said in other places it's such a big game it could slip. Now, Yote not having New Game Plus does not mean it's not content complete. That was a content complete game. Story had a beginning, a middle, and an end. All the side quests. Everything worked. Everything ran. It worked exactly as it's supposed to. Coming behind and adding Legends or New Game Plus or Photo Mode, that doesn't mean that the game wasn't content complete at release. New Game Plus is not a requirement for a game to be considered content complete. Are you going to watch a New Game Showcase? We are. I'm probably going to take a bit of a break, though, and hang out with members in the Discord before we cover it. I don't know if I want to sit here for another 3.5 hours. I could be compelled to, but that's usually when things are popping off and the conversation's hot and, like, everybody's going wild. We're kind of going into cruise mode, so it's usually better for us to kind of just take a break, regroup. I don't like if my energy level gets too low. Like that doesn't make for, a good time for anybody. So it's kind of an energy level kind of thing. I kind of make that call as we go. New Game Plus is a bonus. Yeah, New Game Plus is nice, but I wouldn't be like, oh, that game wasn't content complete. It shipped without New Game Plus. I'm like, huh? Like, I was able to play the game and roll credits. Who's he talking about with hitting the release day? No Rockstar game has ever had a rock solid release date. Okay, Paul, are you arguing for me now or against me? Because you just gave a complete and utter solid justification for interpreting the man's remarks and inferring from the man's remarks that GTA 6 might get delayed. Like, is this Jason Schreier's first day talking about video games and GTA? Is it his first day? You said the game wasn't content complete. You spoke to the release date multiple times in multiple places not being solid, not being a guarantee. It could slip. Nobody did anything wrong by inferring from his remarks the game might be headed for another delay. You told the public it wasn't content complete yet. Like, what were people supposed to conclude? It's like, is this your first day on the internet? You had to know what people were going to infer from your comments. Nobody's misquoting him or putting words in his mouth. And 2 singles come in from Stonespire. I know what he's doing. Boom, boom. Stonespire wants a 10 bomb to 275. Somebody give it to him. This guy's the king of the setups. Good to see you, Stonespire. 45 different games, 13 dev interviews, 6 creators, 3 hours long. And there it is, 265. We'll see if anybody takes the 10 bomb bait. Thank you so much, Stonespire. Wait, 3 hours long? Huh? I thought it was like an hour. Let me check the calendar. I told Madam that it was an hour. Well, they have 45 games. Yeah, but you can burn through that really quickly, homie. 45 games. Some of those can be 30-second, 1-minute spots, trailers, whatever. What's 3 hours long? The New Game Plus thing streamed this afternoon that we were going to follow. Yeah, no, Jake's part of it. 3+ hours long. Good night. Yeah, I didn't think it was going to be that many dev interviews and that much extended footage. Like, I'm not complaining. I'm surprised. I'm not complaining. I'm surprised. I didn't plan for that. I thought for some reason, I had it in my head that it was an hour long. I don't know where I got that. You're not sleeping tonight? Just accept it. Go get the bourbon. I mean, 4 o'clock to 7 and 7 or 7:30 is not bad. I'll just have to eat dinner late. Completing the content is one thing, but the bug fixing, polishing are other issues. Games like GTA 6 could take 1 or 2 years to polish, hence the worry that they haven't even started polishing. There goes Lono, his beer night. What are you talking about? Rissick with the gifted bumps it to 266. Appreciate you, Rissick. What do you mean, man? I'm not like drinking every dinner. What do you like? Oh, I can't have my dinner. I can't drink. What are you talking about? Grabbed your empty Mountain Dew bottles. That's right. Yeah, that's the problem. Making this old man sit in the chair for longer. New GPU sitting on the old GPU. Holy mackerel. There's a great content creator that helps fight against PvP guys. I don't remember his name, but he protects extracts and he acts like a knight. Yeah, there's a couple of guys that have started doing that kind of stuff. Raphael McCoy adds to the total with a single gifted, and so does Joker Quinn and gets us to 268. Thank you, boys. We're going to need a bit of a member train today, this evening, and tomorrow. Hang on, I got to tell Madam. That thing at 4 is 3+ hours long. I didn't know that until just now. I like how my phone's not smart enough to figure out that THST is that. Like, just switch it. Like, what do you think I was typing? Come on. Come on, phone. You can do it. I believe in you. You can autocorrect THST. It's a difficult one to figure out. Let me see here. Trying to think of what we could do. There's still many homies. There's still many of you homies hanging out. I don't want to cut to green room just yet. I don't like doing that when we're having such a good time. Let's see. What the heck is going on? I didn't do that. Okay, there we go. My mouse was freaking out. I'm like, huh? Based on Rockstar forums, I know how to read SteamDB code for GTA Online. There's content until July. So talking to all my sources, we are on a wait and see approach because my sources are devs. I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean? We're all on a wait and see right now. We don't know what the. I don't understand what that information. What does your information change about what we think or could think? I'm not connecting dots here. Thanks, Wheezy. You've been good. Wheezy? Where's Wheezy? Oh, happy belated birthday. There he is. There he is. GTA 6. No. I know that. Perfect Image. We always have a bit of a language barrier here. I understand you're talking about GTA 6. You said we're in a wait and see. We already know that. Like, we already are in a wait and see. I'm not understanding how your information changes anything. You know, there's content planned till July. Oh, okay. What do you think that has, like, what kind of a bearing on this discussion do you think that has? Like, interpret it a little bit for me. I'm not sure what you're saying. Other than that there's content planned until, July, so we're in a wait and see. We already are in a wait and see. If it's 3 hours, I can catch the last hour on the drive home. Appreciate you, Stone Spire. Appreciate you, brother. When's the Xbox Direct thing? January the 22nd. So 2 weeks from today, at 1 p.m. Eastern. So literally right now it's 1 p.m. Eastern. So at this time in 2 weeks on Thursday. So like quite literally, exactly. Okay, the stream will go live 15 minutes ahead of time. Join early to listen to some gaming hot takes. Total runtime is 3.5 hours. Game segments of 3 to 4 games are broken up with conversation in between, dev interviews, game trailers, exclusive looks. Okay. They tweeted it. That's where Jake got it from. Well, that's not where Jake got it from, Fuzzy. Jake is a part of the event, brother. He should know how long it is. The old Jakey boy is a part of the event. Like, where did he get this information? Himself, I think. Him. He's the source. That's funny. He's the owner. I don't know if he's the owner. It's like a collaborative thing. Yeah, between all of them. Yeah. Yeah, I believe it's 9 creators in total are all involved. Yeah. Fables in the Direct seems like the title is safe and won't be canceled. I agree with you. That was my biggest concern is when we started hearing that Forza was going to be at the Direct, I was like, what about Fable? I was like, if Fable's not there, I'm really worried. So seeing Fable at the Direct is really encouraging. It's like, okay, good. We're probably getting that game this year then. Games showing, Christopher Burnett, it's going to be Forza 6, it's going to be Fable, and then it's going to be the game from Game Freak, which is, shoot, I forget the name of it now. Kind of a weird one. Beast of Reincarnation, or is that what it is? Let's see here. Forza Horizon 6. Did I say the wrong thing? I might have said the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Beast of Reincarnation, Forza Horizon 6, and Fable. It's going to be the first extended look at Fable, they said. They have a lot to show. You think they scrapped a bunch of stuff out of Fable to get it across the line? Why is this taking so long? I mean, there were people that were really dismissive of the rumors about, the engine giving them some trouble. I don't know why we were so dismissive about that. I don't think it's that outlandish to think that they ran into some trouble with the engine. They've never used the Forza Tech engine before for a game like this. So, it should not be surprising to people that they might have encountered some challenges. You see this one? No, what's that, Sven? Hang on, let me click on it. Samson. So we have new details on a game called Samson. Developed by ex-Avalanche devs, Just Cause Mad Max. Story is set in the 90s, inspired by high-octane action movies like Ronin and Heat. Vehicles are uniquely handcrafted, real-world data applied from their real-life inspirations and authenticity and weight. Emphasis on player control of cars during drifting and chasing. I mean, I wouldn't play this, but it looks cool. Civilian cars will feel safer. You can wishlist Samson now on Steam. Yeah, I wouldn't play that. That doesn't look like something I would play. But, I mean, cool concept, cool graphics. Ecstasis is saying, recorded the video for the Xbox Direct. We revealed the total number of games. It's not 3. And which games are coming, as well as the tentative dates. Stay tuned to the channel a little bit. Okay, so Ecstasis is saying it's more than those 3 games. I did think it was a bit weird to trim it down. They've got such a big year. I don't know why you would be trimming. I think we need to move past the X-Dev's marketing. You're an X-Dev of X because the game failed. Huh? So ex-GTA devs, are you saying GTA failed? I don't understand your logic. I know Mind's Eye was ex-GTA devs, but what you said at the end there doesn't make any sense to me. You're an ex-dev of X game because that game failed. So every developer who's from a former, every guy who's from a former developer, that game failed? Is that what you're arguing? So if someone's like, "Yep, I'm an ex-Diablo 3 developer," you'd be like, "Yeah, Diablo. Yeah, the reason you're an ex-dev of that game is because it failed." I mean, I think Diablo 3 ended up being a pretty big success. You know. For GTA Online, there's content DLC till July, so the new content should be announced by May. New GTA 6 trailer. So what Jason Schreier could possibly be my source. Oh, Jason Schreier could possibly, but my sources are telling me differently. Content plan for GTA Online really isn't like a source, though. That's just a data analysis, and that doesn't necessarily mean, because we don't even think GTA Online for GTA 6 is going to be out day one. They're saying that if you're an ex-dev, you failed as a dev in that team. That wouldn't be true either. That would be one of the most silly and presumptive things to ever say. Every ex-dev is an ex-dev because they were a failure? What has happened? Why would you say that or think that? Blows my mind that ex-GTA devs made that game. I don't know what happened to Mind's Eye. I really don't. I don't know, dude. I don't think Rockstar's waiting for GTA Online to announce GTA 6. I mean, they could be related. I don't think his observation is that insane. They 100% could be related. Mind's Eye was a slot fest? Yeah. Conversely, your X game did so well that you finally got enough money to spin off and do something you're passionate about. Yeah, we should never presume that someone is an X developer because they failed or because their game failed. Like, I just don't, I don't think that presumption is well founded. I think that presumption is so weak. Yeah, I think that's a very weak presumption. Has the New Game Plus event, have they pushed out any? Okay, yeah, they've got some here. That's a pretty good image. Open image in a new tab. I'm gonna have to make a thumbnail here in a minute with you guys. High guard. Well, like, okay, again, Paul, you're not even having a discussion anymore. You said something that I'm countering, and you're just ignoring everything I'm saying, and now you're going to point to high guard. Yeah, high guard looks like a really bad decision. It looks like a trend chase. It looks like a bunch of guys that got a little hair in their bourbon and thought, you know what we can do? We can make a new Fortnite. We can do what Fortnite did. Yes, guys from Apex, Team Titanfall, or whatever, spin off and think they're going to make an amazing game, and it looks like it's going to be a disaster. Your original claim is absurd. The idea that, like, you're an X-dev because X game failed. That's absurd. Every single time a new studio crops up, are we going to talk? You want to talk about Expedition 33 and how they were all X-devs from other studios? Maybe even studios and games that didn't do well, and then look what they made. Like, you can't claim that, well, you're only an X-dev because you were bad, or you're an X-dev because your game was bad. You can't claim that. That means every single person that's no longer at a company shouldn't be given any credence or trustworthiness. Yeah, arcraiders are all X-devs from EA. That was the original claim that I took issue with. Arcraiders are X DICE devs, but they don't market it like that. I mean, if you're taking issue with marketing that constantly points to ex-devs, I'd have to do more research to see if I can falsify your claim. If I could make a case and put together, evidence that no, there's plenty of games that have marketed on the authority of these ex-developers, sure. Because you've got, Marathon is doing it, from the makers of Halo and Destiny. They're doing it. Mind's Eye, I believe, did it. Highguard is doing it. I can't think of games that have done it that, Expedition 33 or ex-Ubisoft devs. Right, his issue was when you're promoting your game and you're saying from these developers, right? Ex-developers of such and such studio have gotten together to make this game, Here's the question about Samson. Is Samson even marketing itself that way? Developed by ex-Avalanche devs. That's a Shinobi tweet. So again, I don't know if Paul's completely misfiring here, because I don't even, do we even know if that's what they did? If I go to Samson's promotional stuff, do they highlight the fact that they're ex-Avalanche devs? Or is that just Shinobi providing information? Shinobi said it in a tweet. That doesn't mean that that's how they're promoting their game. I don't know any studio that market they came from other studios. The press will do that, but the studios really rarely do it. Not saying it doesn't happen, but it's just rare. I mean, Highguard, Marathon, and Mind's Eye are all ones that recently said, made sure to know, made sure people knew where they were coming from. Marathon's doing it right in the trailers. Basically, any person that's not working at the studio they started at's a failure. That's why I took issue with it. I was like, see, my last Death Stranding was ex-Konami devs, so I would say it's possible ex-devs can be effing awesome. I think he pulled his guns from his holsters unnecessarily. It was a Shinobi tweet. The people making that Samson car game are not out here saying, hey, we're the ex-devs from Avalanche and these projects and blah, blah, blah. Highguard is doing it for sure, right in their trailer. Mind's Eye did it, and Marathon's doing it. Hang on. I clicked on the wrong thing. I'm trying to click on Sven's. Sven's trying to draw my attention to something. It's no different than actors or directors advertising their next film. Marathon's not really ex-devs. It's the idea, though. Yeah. From the makers of Destiny and Halo. I'd be interested to know how many people working on Marathon actually worked on Halo. How many of those people are still at Bungie? They're using the Bungie name there, Yeah. It could be a little bit of an unfair claim. You're standing on your previous work to hype. Yeah, and I don't necessarily think that's a huge problem. Blood of the Dawnwalker's doing it. Oh, are they doing that with their game? Yeah. So we ended at a 3-3. Okay. There's only 3 ex-Ubisoft devs that are part of the core team. Yeah, the point's not how many. The point's not how many. The point is, he said, if you're an ex-dev of X Studio, it's because your game failed. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. There are plenty of people out there that are ex-devs that I was wondering about this if I was ever going to get this. My Ghost of Tsushima shirt has finally shipped. I ordered that like forever ago. The question here is, what is bad about doing it? I don't actually think there's anything bad about doing it. I wasn't the one that established the position. I was pushing back on what Paul said. Paul said something to the effect of like, you know, if you're an ex-dev of an ex-studio, it's because your game flopped or failed or whatever he said. He said, where is it here? You're an ex-dev of X because that game failed. He said, I think we need to move past ex-dev's marketing. And I took issue with it because I said, you're not an ex-dev because your game failed. Plenty of people might be an ex-dev because they moved on. They got a new opportunity. You know. You should not be marketing ex-devs and artists who worked on a game for 3 months. So what are you talking about? Are you saying that has happened? Like, are you saying that in some of these instances, it's just some random artist and they're like, yeah, we got somebody who worked on Grand Theft Auto 5. And it's like a guy who worked on like the billboard art, you know? Like, do you feel like basically low-level employees? Okay, well then why would go ahead and establish that? Who's doing that? Who do you feel right now is marketing? Give me an example of a game right now that's being marketed on the ex-dev lingo and they've just got some low-level employee who like was an intern at a big studio or something. Can you give me an example of this? You should market any way you want. Don't slander billboard artists. They're really struggling right now. AI took their jobs. That's probably true. That's probably true. Sorry. I'll pour one out for all of the billboard artists out there. It's rough. It's rough out here, boys. It's rough. It's like such a hyper-specific argument position to take. Listen, if there is somebody saying from the makers of GTA 5 and you have like 2 interns who are like getting coffee for people at your company, yeah, that's misleading. I don't know what he's talking about. Can you know? He says, I will after I get home. I need the PC. Wait. Why do you need a PC? You should be able to think of an example right now. If I said, you know, I get really tired of game trailers that come out and then they end up looking nothing like the finished product. I could give you an example right off the top of my head right now. I could be like The Division 1, Cyberpunk, No Man's Sky. Like, it's not difficult. If something frustrates me in the industry, it's because I can remember and tell you when it happened and who did it. If you feel like there have been games that have marketed on the whole ex-dev thing, and yet they only have like low-level employees. Like they've got like one artist who worked on a game, and they're like, you know, from the makers and minds that brought you, you know, Mass Effect. You know, I would assume that would be fair to be upset by. I think that's fair. I would want an example. I can't think of a game that's done that. I mean, Leslie Benzies worked on Mind's Eye. That's not some low-level employee. Now, yeah, the game was crap, and they didn't have a good product, and they marketed on the authority of like former Rockstar employees. Sure. That's fair. But he was not a low-level employee. So I would just be curious. Who do you feel like is doing this, or who has done this? What did you eat last Thursday? I don't know. Why are you asking that question? That seems rather random. From the team that brought you Backpack Hero. Yeah, Leslie Benzies. There were saboteurs. That's such a fun word. Saboteur. I don't like saying saboteur because I sound like someone who pronounces schedule. You know? Saboteur is pronounced. That's what it feels like to me. Memory reference? No, that's a terrible example. If I told you, man, when somebody burns a cheeseburger, it really tastes bad. And you're like, well, when was the last time that happened? I would be able to be like, oh, I went to this such and such restaurant or my friend's house. Like, if you're going to tell me, man, I'm so sick of companies doing X, I'd be like, oh, okay, who's doing that? I can't remember. Wait, what? Like, I didn't tell you that my lunch last Thursday sucked. And you're like, well, what did you have? Oh, I can't remember. I'll need to go ask my wife what she made for me. That's a false equivalency to be like, well, you can't remember what you ate last week. Yeah, sure. I didn't talk about it either. Who did Michael Jordan play for? Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm saying. Like, what team immediately comes to mind? The Chicago Bulls? I don't understand the point. North Carolina Tar Heels. Go to the college record there. Yeah. But, like, yeah, that's the point, is that if I told you, you know, I ate a pizza last week that sucked, I would be able to tell you the day that I had it. Or I would be able to say, yeah, it came from such and such company. Exactly what he is doing. Exactly what I'm not following your argumentation, Eldstone. You're speaking in just very, very short, quick thoughts. Like, so I can't track what you're trying to say. By Paul's argument, are Naughty Dog failures or bad for saying they're the studio that brought you Uncharted and The Last of Us? No, his issue was not that. His issue was marketing a game on XDev. So to be fair to his point, even though I don't agree with it, we should argue with what he actually said. He does not like a game marketing on XDev. Oh, we've got developers that worked on Destiny or Grand Theft Auto or Mass Effect. He's like, quit marketing games on the fact that you're an XDev from such and such company. If he wants to be fed up with that, that's fine. It was his initial point that I took issue with. He said, well, you're an X-dev because X game failed. And I'm like, that's not true. There are plenty of people out there that are working on new projects that came from successful games and studios. Maybe they're just on their own now. Right? Like if Pete Hines finds himself at a new studio and he's working on a game and they're like, you know, hey man, Pete Hines is at Bethesda. He's got a lot of great games under his belt. You would be like, no, he's an ex-dev or he's an ex-employee because their games failed. It's like, well, no, they didn't. Bethesda's got a lot of successes in its underneath Pete Hines' watch. Now, obviously, you could look at like Redfall and all that, but none of that seemed like that was on his neck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get the idea. I don't want games marketed to me on ex-dev talent. I get that sort of, maybe he's recoiling from that. It was the way that he argued it that I took issue with. You can't say what he said. It's too sweeping. You're an ex-dev because X game failed. Oh wow, okay. You know. That part was tongue-in-cheek. I didn't pick up the tongue-in-cheekness of it. And when I pressed on it, you didn't say that. It didn't feel tongue-in-cheek to me. What do we got? What question is this? Oh. Christopher Burnett says, how many games at the Xbox Showcase this month will also be coming to the PS5? All of them. What do you mean? The game from Game Freak, Beast of Reincarnation, is coming to PlayStation. And I think it's pretty much almost a guarantee now that like any major game they publish is coming to PlayStation. Whether it's Forza Horizon 6 or Fable. I think it's fair and safe to assume that those games are coming to PlayStation. And if somebody wants to call that port begging, here's the thing people need to realize. It's not port begging if the company has established their multiplat, so it's no longer port begging. Port begging really only applies to begging for an exclusive to be ported. So people are using that term rather incorrectly. Like, sure, I'll port beg for Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I will. Oh, I'd love for that game to come to PlayStation. I will 100% port beg. Why? It's exclusive to PC, and they finally brought it to Xbox. They explained that. They explained why they did that. It was easier on them for development-wise. Like, I will totally beg for that to be ported to console. Yeah, I will readily admit, yeah, I port beg for PC exclusives to come to console all of the time. Okay? Talk slower. Sorry, Zubair. But you can't port beg for Xbox published titles anymore. You can't. That doesn't even make any sense. That's nonsensical. They're a multi-plat publisher now. That would be like saying you're port begging talking about Jedi 3 coming to PlayStation. No, I'm not. It's a multi-plat title from a multi-plat publisher. That's stupid. Yeah, you can't port beg when Phil Spencer says there's no red lines. People are really misusing port begging. Port begging only applies to exclusives. Xbox doesn't do exclusives anymore. Ergo, if that's too big of a word, I'm sorry. Ergo, you can't call anybody a port beggar when they're talking about Xbox property. They don't do exclusives anymore. Why is port begging bad? I don't know. People use it as a People use a lot of things as a pejorative, and I don't think they understand that, like, adults don't care. You're just a casual. Oh, no. You played it on easy mode. Oh. Oh, no. Whoa. What will I do? My ego. You don't have any platinums. Oh, shoot. You see what I'm saying? Like, you're a port beggar. Oh, oh, no. I want games to come to my preferred platform. You got me. I mean it. I've had an awakening. I realized, I was like, wait a minute. Most of these terms and most of these insults, they're not even insults. They're just labeling you as different than them. You're a pony. Oh, shoot. Oh, what will I do? I prefer different games and platforms than you. Oh, the horror. You got me. Like, imagine name calling like that as an adult and wanting to be taken seriously. Like, I want you to picture the next time you're hanging out with people your age, right? You're in your 20s, 30s, 40s, whatever. I want you to imagine people talking the way that people speak in these environments. You know what I mean? Yeah, old David Accounting, he's a real Sony pony. He was port begging the other day. You'd be like, what the frick is wrong with you? Why are you talking like that? Are you drunk? You know, what's the matter with you? Ergo isn't a big word, it's just fancy Latin. It's a big word for some people, Hilly. I literally realized that, like, some guy, I forget where I was reading it. I think it was on one of my, it was on my video about Fable, I think. And he said something about port begging. He, like, left a comment on my YouTube channel. And I was like, what the frick? Why do you think that's an insult? You know what I mean? It's like, what? Oh, yeah, I play here. Oh, I'd love it if that game came over here. You port beggar. Huh? You know what I'm saying? Imagine you love playing on your Switch too, and you're like, oh, you know, I would love it if Deep Rock Galactic Survivor came to the Nintendo Switch too. And some guy's like, you're such a port beggar. You'd be like, What? Why is that a problem? And then again, you can't even port beg anymore. Xbox doesn't do exclusives, so you're not port begging. It's not a port. It's a multi-plat release. Oh, gosh. It's a frickin' circus, boys. It's a circus. Just point and laugh. That's my new philosophy this year. That's my New Year's resolution. Just point and laugh, boys. You pony, you beggar. Okay. Whatever you say, bud. Whatever you say. I'll port back for all Xbox games on PS5. I mean, take or leave a lot of them, honestly. You know what I mean? For myself, like, I'm not looking through the backlog and like, oh, I really hope that comes over. My most common quote-unquote port bag is the games that hit Steam. Witchfire, I'd love for Witchfire to be on the PlayStation 5 right now. Deep Rock Galactic Survivor, you know. Oh, I'd love that. I'll port bag for those every day of the week. It's like, oh, I love your games. I'd love to be able to play them on my console in the comfort of my living room. You know, I don't have any shame in port begging for those games. I'd love for those games to come to my platform. Skill issue and Get Good crack me up. I think I love the most when people say, you know, skill issue, Get Good on a game where I'm like, I'm not good enough for this. I'm going to go play something else. Like, yeah, Get Good, skill issue. I'm like, no, you don't understand. I don't care. You've mistaken me for somebody that cares. I don't. I'm like, yeah, I'm not good enough for this. I'm out. I'm too slow. I'm too old. With Call of Duty, I remember that always would come up with skill-based matchmaking. Guys would storm my comments and be like, you just need to get good. And I'm like, no, I really don't. I just put the game down. It's very easy for me to quit a game. It's extremely easy for me to quit a game. It's the flow chart's very simple. Am I having fun? No. That's the end of the flow chart. That's it. That's the end of the flow chart, boys. That's the end of the conversation. Am I having fun? Yes or no? No. That's it. That's how I make my decisions. You know? Are the shoes comfortable? Yes or no? Are my pants comfortable? Yes or no? Yes or no? That's simple. Just embrace being an old man. It's great. I'm definitely port begging for some Steam games. Oh yeah, same. There's some games I would love. I really would enjoy Steam's greatest asset, and the thing I love the most is how they make it easy for games to do early access. I love that. I do. It's great. What was the game I played recently where I love the content loop was so fun? I'm like, oh, this is a perfect like Portal cloud game that I could play. Moonlighter 2. Is that what it was? It's in early access right now on Steam. Oh, what a good little content loop. Deep Rock Galactic's on PS5. Nicholas! Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. I didn't say the full name, so I appreciate the correction. Yeah, I'm well aware Deep Rock's on PlayStation. I want Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. This one here. Yeah, this one here. Moonlighter 2 Endless Vault. Currently has an 86%. Early access, $24. Great little content loop. Really good gameplay loop. Very satisfying. Currently only on Steam, though. There's a Deep Rock Rogue coming out that I'm excited about. I don't know if they have a planned console release, though. What is it? Deep Rock... What's it called? Rogue Core? Yeah. You guys should definitely wishlist this one. So, it's a 1 to 4 player co-op FPS action roguelike. Featuring sci-fi dwarves, alien horrors, procedurally generated caves. Okay, so this to me is very exciting. Because I love a good co-op shooter rogue. And Deep Rock's just got such a fun vibe and feel and art style. So definitely make sure and wishlist this one. I don't know if they have planned this one. Is this coming to like other platforms, I wonder? Let's see. Let's see, PlayStation. They did they did a closed alpha, maybe. I don't know if they've said anything about console for Rogue Core. I'm trying to find info. It doesn't look like it. It looks like it's just going to be initially on PC. Moonlighter 1 on PlayStation has much the same content loop. It looks very different, though. I don't know. It was Moonlighter 1 PlayStation. There was something about the art style. It didn't match to me the it's got an 86%. It's got an 86% on PlayStation. You know, who am I kidding? This actually looks really good. Yeah, this looks good. This looks a little bit more, you know, like a more like a Binding of Isaac adjacent style, like with the grid and the rooms and stuff, but still looks good. Is it also about gaming setup? Can you be a hardcore gamer on console? I think you can be whatever the frick you want to be, brother. You can be whatever you want. Seriously. Like, if you consider yourself a hardcore gamer and you play, you know, gun and ball games on your PlayStation, you go, man. You have a blast. You be as hardcore as you want to be. You go out there and you get buckets and you get frags. I don't freaking care. I feel like you be whatever you want. If you're having a good time and you're not trying to, you know, ruin anything for anybody else, you know what I mean? I feel like there's a lot of people in the space that are just trying to do what we talked about earlier. They're just trying to spread their misery. Like, they're unhappy. Like, because if you're happy, like, so for example, like, I had a really good time in a bunch of games last year. I don't remember ever going out of my way to, like, check the credentials of people that liked or didn't like the game. Like, if somebody's like, yeah, I didn't really like Yote, so I stopped playing. I wasn't like, you know, you really can't talk about that game. You didn't complete it. You know, you're a scrub, or whatever insult you could come up with or something. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I feel like the gamers that hang out here and in our community, like, if you're having a good time, you don't feel the need to do all that. It doesn't make any sense. Like, why would you need to label people and other them and insult them and call them names or, like, call their credibility into question? It's like, what the heck? It's games, man. We're playing video games, bro. It's not that serious. It's not that serious. It just isn't. Like, now, I made a concerted effort. I thought it was a fair criticism that I didn't play lots of games. There were a couple years there where we were super busy, and I didn't play a lot of games. I thought that was a fair criticism that people would sometime make about me. I'm like, that's fair. So in 2025, I'm going to play more games. I want to be able to speak about them. And I rolled credits on like 25 games last year. That's pretty good. That's over 2 games a month. That's not bad at all. For casual dad gamers, that's what I kind of consider myself. I'm kind of casual dad gamer. I'm like, that's pretty good. This year, I'm taking the same approach. So I've already rolled credits on High on Life, because I wanted to be able to compare High on Life 1 to 2. High on Life 2 is coming out. I rolled credits on Mario Galaxy 1 with Madam. We're working on Mario Galaxy 2 now. I want to be able to tell people, like, hey, these are 2 of our favorite games. I want to be able to talk about them and how they ported to the Switch. And also, it's a great way to compare them to whatever next mainline Mario comes out. I'm working my way through Control now. I think I'm going to do a Control gameplay stream tomorrow because Control sequel's coming out, and I'm like, man, Control 1 was so good. I want to be able to show it to people and talk about it. So to me, if that's kind of how you approach gaming, like, you're just approaching it to, like, if you're interested in games or want to play games, that's all that really matters. Like, it doesn't really matter what you're playing, how you're playing it, or if you finished or not. You know? Like, you can look at Baldur's Gate 3 and say, that's an excellent game. You could even recommend it to somebody who's like, man, I really like RPGs. I like turn-based RPGs. I like CRPGs. What's a good one that I should play? Baldur's Gate 3. Now, if your friend looks down his nose at you and says, yeah, but you didn't play it very long, he'd be like, what the heck, man? I can tell you that it's good. Like, what? You see what I'm saying? It's just a weird form of misery, I think, that's going on, more and more in gaming. And I'm just going to laugh at it because, like, man, well, the rest of us are having a good time. I don't know what your problem is. How does Mario Galaxy 2 feel in comparison to the first? At first, it felt better, Joker Quinn. So it's better. The port for Mario Galaxy 1 from, like, the Wii to the Switch, it wasn't great. There were control issues. Mario would run in a circle sometimes. There was just some weird things going on. Okay. And Mario Galaxy 2 is better, but not by much. He still will randomly run in a circle. I don't get why that happens. The camera is significantly better. Graphics are better. If you have to aim anything for Yoshi, there was a fight where I had to, like, get a shell in my mouth. I got to aim to hit them with the tongue. I got to aim to grab them. Then I got to aim to shoot them. It's not a great experience. It just isn't. I swear, something doesn't seem right. You guys aren't seeing anything, right? I don't know. I look at the Twitch stream and it looks totally normal. It looks hitchy as all get out up there. As soon as we started multi-streaming again, I look it up at OBS. I'm like, what the heck is going on up there? It never looks smooth to me. I don't know what it is. We've had too many viewers today and yesterday for it to be a problem. It must not be coming through the stream. All I see is a little nerd waving at the camera. Okay. Is that pizza good? I'll tell you after I eat the whole thing. Yeah. So I'm definitely wanting to play more and finish more games. But I'm not going to buy into this idea that, like, you can't talk about a game unless you roll credits. You can't speak about a game's quality unless you've played it for 100 hours or something. Thought you quit Twitch. For a week we tried it. It didn't make a difference. We came to the conclusion that the big problem that was hurting us was doing members content. So we'll go into the Discord here in a little bit to do Green Room. If you want a further explanation as to why we did what we did, I can tell you. But yesterday and today pretty much proves our theory correct. That until it's fixed, we can't do members content on YouTube. So I can get more into details if you'd like, but we would typically do that in the Discord. I don't like hijacking the show to get into the inside baseball of YouTube. So Hilly was right. Well, if you guys want to take a victory lap and say, you know, we were right and you were wrong, go ahead. But there was only one way to test the theory, and we had to test the theory. You know, there wasn't really a way to know until we tried it. So we never let Hilly know when he's right. Yeah. Also, like, what do you think you're doing? By the way, what are you trying to do? You trying to break the world? You trying to... You can't tell that man he was right about anything. Jiminy frickin' Christmas. How about we talk about impressions? Really go off the rails. Shut the frick up, Banshee. We didn't get any complaints about this either. I don't know if any of you were watching vertical. So YouTube has a thing I can flip a switch and will show up in, like, the shorts feed live but vertical. Nobody's complained. I'm not doing that either. That probably was a worthy experiment, but I don't think we're really conducive to that environment. Yeah. Hey, what just happened? T-Rec TV gifting 2 members to the community. Boom, boom. I see what you're trying to do over there, my friend. Thank you for the setup. We're a 5 bomb away from 275. I will gift to whichever platform hits the milestone. Thank you so much. We have a system of checks and balances. You don't tell Hilly he was right, and you don't compliment Lono, and you don't talk to Creature about your feelings. These are sort of the 3 unwritten rules. That's right. The holy trinity of the don'ts around here. That's very, very good. Paul says, I would not class you as a casual gamer. I think there's different uses of the word. No, I'm not a casual gamer. I play and finish more games than the vast majority of gamers out there probably. Like if you'd run the numbers on the gamers across all PlayStation gamers, just PlayStation, let's say. Oh yeah, I complete way more games than the average person. The average person's finishing like, what, 2 or 3 games a year. You can look at the completion percentages on trophies and see that like the vast majority of gamers are not finishing games. So yeah, I wouldn't be a casual in that regard. I would say I'm casual dad gamer in the regard of like, if a game is too hard, too grindy, or too demanding, I'm like, yeah, I'm not with that anymore. It's why I'm not playing Where Winds Meet. I can see the quality, I can see how great the game is. I'm like, I'm casual dad gamer, I can't do this. You know, turning the difficulty down in First Berserker Kazan. Why? I'm casual dad gamer, dude. I'm not gonna sweat for an entire evening on one fight. I'm just not gonna do it. I'm not. So, yeah, you're not a time casual, but you're a commitment casual. Yeah, that's true. I just can't do it. Like, you know, I don't know. It's kind of my mantra now about, you know, slippers and sweatpants. You know, I'm 44, brother. I'm walking around my day in slippers and sweatpants, brother. I just am. That's it. That's, I'm embracing my mid-40s with gusto. I'm embracing them with gusto, dudes. You know, it just rips right now. All right, I'm going to give you guys a few minutes to try to hit 275, but we probably need to skedaddle over there to the green room in the Discord. We've had another longer stream. This is a benefit to you. I know there are some people who probably have different opinions about like, oh, you're not doing morning coffee, blah, blah, but you're getting longer streams, okay? And that, I think, is the really big takeaway, is we get to hang out for longer. This is now almost a 5-hour-long stream. I'm mid-30s now, Lono, and I'm much in the same game to chill. Doesn't need to be stressful. There are people that really enjoy sitting in a sauna and sweating their balls off. They find it relaxing. There are people that would hate it and not like it at all. There are people that love to do cold water ice baths. There are people that think it sounds insane, okay? I think gaming is very similar. There are people who would end a play session of, you know, a no-hit Elden Ring attempt, and they love it. They get satisfaction from it. They get activated. They get activated by like Ninja Gaiden 4 beating the tar out of them. They get like activated by it, and then they feel elation and release when they beat it. I don't. My temperament does not line up with the game. I'm a complete mismatch. I'm like, this is too much. It's too many systems. I'm confused. There's so much going on. I don't feel like I have the reflexes for this anymore. And I don't have the commitment and care to get better. Like, you see what I'm saying? I'm just a mismatch for the game. You definitely complete more games per year, mostly due to doing this for a living. But every game I play to 100% completion and get platinum. Oh, yeah, I don't do that. Yeah. I think it's a function of your life and what you feel like you don't have enough of in your life. People use it to create balance. Boring job, platinum everything. Stressful job, Stardew Valley. Yeah, I would certainly say that's pretty astute, because I've been doing, you know, content creation and streaming for 10 years, and this has been the most stressful it's probably ever been in my life. You know, last year especially. So to me, it was like, brother, I'm going to game to relax. I'm trying to let some steam out. I'm trying to de-stress. You know, this content creation had me in fits last year. Like I'm feeling better now, but man, oh man, like it shouldn't be this stressful, boys. And so it's like, man, if I'm going to game, the last thing I'm going to do is go game and stress myself out more. I need to just be like, whoo, I gotta loosen up. I gotta be able to loosen up and de-stress, you know? Isn't the streams the same length? No, it's even longer, though, because morning coffee was only an hour. So the fact that we're getting close to 5, I'm streaming even longer. Yeah. I think it just feels better to be like, well, we started so early, let's just keep going, you know? Let's just keep having good conversations. So, how's this format feeling for you? I tell you what, I missed today not having something to react to. I really like, you guys know, I love disagreeing with people. It's like one of my favorite things to do. Like, you know how when I'm playing a game and I'm like, disagree? I literally want to have a segment almost every day called I Disagree. I want to find videos I disagree with. It's just so activating. I loved it. I loved having Ginger on yesterday. Man, if we could do that almost every day, I would be freaking thrilled. I've loved this. I think this works. It feels like I'm getting a little bit back to the roots of just like live streaming and just hanging out. No, you don't. You hate disagreeing. But shut the frick up, Hilly. So, yeah. I'm on the prowl right now. Like, what I'm really trying to do is I'm trying to pick a topic and I'm trying to go out and I'm trying to find videos that I do not agree with, because it's like I don't know. I get so activated by that. I really truly wish ABK coverage in all those years, I wish it would have gone so differently. I wish I could have been more, you know, forward thinking about, like, I should have been bringing people on that I didn't agree with and being like, let's, because, like, look what I did with Ginger yesterday. It's so much harder, I think, to be like, he's a brain dead pony grifting fraud shill. Like, it's really hard to do that when two people are on a mic having a civil conversation. You know, I reacted, got defensive, and probably made things worse. So it's like, now it's like, man, that to me is just that's the fun of it. It's what I do. I think a lot of times too, people will say, I had a guy leave a comment. He's like, man, it seems like all you do is yell at your audience. And I'm like, I think you misunderstand. Like, we all just love debate and disagreement. So I'll go round and round and round with Eugene on something, or Lone Wolf or Wheezy or Hilly. You know, we'll disagree and go back and forth because that's just something we really, really enjoy. Finding space and people to do that with, I think, is a huge goal that I have for 2026. I would love to pull somebody on the mic like I did with Ginger. I need it to be somebody that's going to be respectful. I can't have some guy coming in here and dropping horrible language and calling me terrible names, because he wants to get clips. I mean, somebody that's going to actually be, a good debate or discussion partner. How can you know something before you learn something? It's a process. Yeah, and I said this at some point last year. If people want to put the pitchforks down and start to be more cordial, I would open up the platform to be like, you know what, hop on the mic. You know what I mean? Let's disagree about this. Let's disagree about exclusives or whatever the frick. I just need people to chill the frick out. And if you can't do that, I can't do it. I can't let you in the room. I can't pull the content up. It's not in the vein of things I like to engage with or promote or signal boost. I know Ginger and I see things differently, and I knew I could have him on the show and it'd be a great discussion. Yeah, I like Brap. Brap hopped on the mic a while ago. Brap and I don't disagree on much, though. He and I are very much of similar thinking from the realm of like business and the way things are going. We don't really disagree on much. I thought Ginger and you were great yesterday. Was there something I missed? I don't know. I said it was great. I'm saying I want to do it more. I want to do more of that. I think the best debates come from people who have very strong convictions. So, and this, I think, is where a lot of things have misfired. Like, I have a really strong conviction about something, and I'll start going at it full guns a-blazing, and people misinterpret that as he's being a jerk. Other people have really strong convictions about certain things, and I think they go off the rails too. They'll say all these terrible things like he's this, he's that, da-da-da-da-da. Like, a lot of people during ABK coverage were calling me like a grifting fraud pony and all this stuff, and I was like, what the heck is going on? Why am I being called these things? I think both people, me and the people that were doing it, we're both coming from like a very strong conviction. And I think when you have a really strong conviction, it's really, really easy to go off in a bad trajectory because the conviction's so intense. And so I think that's a huge missed opportunity. for somebody to have a really strong conviction, but to sit down and instead of calling me a bunch of names and then I get angry and then I'm going to fire back and say all the things that I've said over the years, well, let's just sit down with our strong convictions and have an actual debate and a discussion and a disagreement. And then the audience gets to benefit because it's enjoyable content instead of, buffoonery and name calling. So it's hard to find measured strong convictions because based on thought, not just emotion. Oh, for sure. That's true. Jez would be great as well. He's friendly around here. Yeah, Jez would be enjoyable because a lot of you guys don't agree with him, and some of you guys I've had to kind of put in check to be like, I don't want you insulting people because some of you guys are going off on him the other day about stuff. Yeah, I think Jez would be good because I don't agree with him on some stuff. And then I think more and more, though, some people are starting to agree with my takes on some of that stuff. On the Xbox stuff. Hot mic. Can members jump on hot mic? We've tried to stay away from hot mic for members because it ends up being the same couple of people, and then the mic quality can be poor. It can lead to not being great. When you have somebody who's accustomed to being on podcasts, like a Jez, like a Brap, like a Ginger Prime, I can kind of trust mic quality be good, internet's going to be good, they're going to be able to have a good conversation. We did the whole VIP call-in thing, and it just kind of gets bad. Some guy's crackling and on his phone, and he's on the road, or he's messing in his closet like the one day. Yeah, Jaffe would be good. Yeah. We're on the prowl for that. We want more of that. I want you guys to show up and feel like there's a lot going on here. He's got this person on the mic. He's reacting to this. We're having good arguments. The vibe yesterday and today is exactly what I want more of. I feel like that's true to me and my personality and my identity, and it's what I enjoy doing. I don't want to do something that is not activating and fulfilling for me. And interacting with you guys, interacting with Ginger yesterday, and disagreeing with videos, those are all things I love. That really turns my crank. Pause. Like, it does. Like, I blink and I'm like, oh my gosh, we've been streaming for 5 hours? Holy crap. Like, there were days where it felt like the complete opposite. I was like, we've only been live for an hour and a half. Oh gosh, we're dead in the water. What are we going to do? Now, some of that's news cycle, but some of that's vibe, some of it's vibe. And like, I lost track of time yesterday and today. The only thing missing from today was I really do like that. I want to find more vids to react to disagree with. I thoroughly enjoy doing that. It's very, very enjoyable for me. It lets me flex a lot of my, my education and muscles that don't get to do much anymore. Like analysis of an argument, analysis of a game. Those things I don't get to do all that often because we're not doing that thing that we used to do. And it lets me do that, and I enjoy it. I really did like the banter between you and Ginger. Great segment. Yeah, it really was. I really enjoyed it. Okay, that we've gone. I think we've gone far enough. I want to have time to make this thumbnail and kind of get prepared and kind of have a little bit of a break. So if you guys are not in our Discord, you really should be. You're missing out on hanging out with the community. It's a great way to stay in touch and to stay informed, and also it's a great way to keep hanging out on days like today. You saying we don't mentally stimulate him? No, you do, but I think it puts too much weight on you guys, Banshee, to be like, well, every day you guys are going to have to bring debate and discussion and banter, or we're not going to have a show. Like, I feel like those are three really, really good pillars. Like a video to react to, having somebody come on and debate with, and then a bunch of different topics for us to chop up. If all it's ever is one of those things, it just can start to get very almost like lopsided. Like, well, if there's not a lot going on and nobody has strong opinions, we just kind of sit here. Does that make sense? Like, if the news slows down, we're not going to have fiery debates. We just aren't. Well, when news slows down, that's a great opportunity to pull up a video I disagree with. That's a great opportunity to pull somebody in on the microphone that I don't agree with, to kind of balance it out, if that makes sense. Now, I know you were being cheeky, but I didn't want anybody to come away from this thinking that, like, oh, yeah, the conversations haven't been good enough. It's like, I just think that's a lot of pressure to put on the public conversation. That's just a lot of pressure. To be like, yep, for the next 3 to 4 hours, we need to have a lot of great banter and back and forth and debate. And it's like, that's a tall order. It really is. And I think we can really level the playing out by having other things that we're doing. I want the stream to be more eventful for you guys. And I think we found a couple of things we can do that really help with that. So that is a charge to you. If you see a video and you're like, oh man, I want to see Lono react to this. Or if you think of a creator, we will reach out to those people or we will watch those videos. All right. So be on the prowl. And right now what you need to do is you need to get into the Discord. You need to get into the Discord. So you can use the Discord command and get in there, and we'll be doing some green room. And if you're not going to come to the Discord, we will be back in about an hour and a half, and we are going to co-stream a 3-hour-long event called New Game Plus, okay? It's going to be like 45 games and a bunch of interviews and new footage, and we're excited to cover that. I like Jake Lucky, and I like Hunter. I'm not familiar with a lot of the other people that are involved. I've not really had a whole lot of interaction with Luke Stevens. So we will be covering that. What about D's Nuts Plus? Well, I mean, you need to have some for that to be true. So, all right. I'll see you guys in the Discord. If I don't see you in the Discord, I'll see you back here on the channel in about an hour and a half. All right? All right. Take care.